Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going to the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumbs.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh!
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted. But Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Hey everybody, good morning. It's me, Megan Fox. I'm a journalist. I write with pjmedia.com. And if you're not over there checking out my articles on this trial, the Maya Kowalski trial, you should be, because there are some good ones over there, pjmedia.com. Click on columnist, click on my name, and you will find what I have been writing about. Welcome, get in here. So I think I've discovered what my technical problems are with this computer. And unfortunately, I think it's a hardware issue of my external stuff that's connected to my computer. So I have an external screen, I have a camera, I have a microphone, and that's got to be, it's one of those things. Unfortunately, I can't disconnect any of those things or I can't do the show. So we're going to have to put up with intermittent shutdowns about once every hour, but that's okay because that gives you a chance. It gives you 3 or 4 minutes to go to the bathroom, take a break, get a drink. So just bear with me while I figure it out with tech support. I have not had a chance to actually sit on the phone with Apple and figure out which one of these devices is causing all the problems. If I had to guess, I would say it's the camera because that's or the display. Those are the 2 newest things I have. The microphone never did this before. It also could be the adapter. So I'm going to have to figure it out. But meanwhile, just so you know, if you see a blue screen and you see my screen freeze and then you see a blue screen, I'll be back in 3 to 4 minutes. All right. I am going over to the trial. I hear that it's been very good today. I have not seen any of it because I was over on the Law Rax's channel doing Johnny Depp's sidebars which was hilarious. And I read the part of Judge Penny as Karate. We're doing Johnny Depp sidebars. And if you were not there today, you really missed out, because Jeff created hilarious, I don't know what you even call it. Photographs? They're not photographs. He created like mishmashes, amalgamations of all of us and the characters we are reading. Let me show you me as Judge as Karate. It's hilarious. Oh, but I have to delete some shit first. Hold on. I have too many overlays. Here we go. So I've been reading the part of Judge Penny in the sidebars for Johnny Depp. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I love it so much. So if you're missing that, we'll be back. We'll be doing another episode of that tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Legal Vice's channel. So please do that. Okay. Paley Rogue says, Anderson brought his A game today. He's magnificent at cross. I told you this would happen. I said, after I heard him in depositions, I was like, oh boy, cross is going to be fun. Cross is going to be fun. Fox Karate. That's hilarious. Fox Karate. Yeah, the LawTube cards. I actually sadly never got mine, or I would auction them off or send them. I would raffle them off, signed ones, but I never got them. So I don't know if something happened there, but I didn't get my law cards, my LawTube cards. I'll have to talk to Steve about that. Okay. Here's the trial. Let's pull this up. Oh, by the way, I have been working on a compilation of photographs of all these people involved in these medical kidnappings, and they all have a similar look. I want to know if you agree with me that the people that we have recently been exposed in medical kidnappings all have a similar look. And I've put together a little photograph montage here that I want you to see and tell me if you think these people have a tell. And if so, what is the tell? So here we go. These are the people we've been recently watching and or I've been investigating recently. All right, so the upper left-hand corner, so from left to right on the top, we have Dr. Deborah Jensen, who was just exposed in Pennsylvania for over 70 families. She's a child abuse doctor. Over 70 families have come forward just last week to say that she falsely accused them of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The middle picture on the top, of course, is Kathy Beatty, in this case, who is the child abuse doctor there. The one on the right on the top, I'm sorry, the one in the middle is not Kathy Beatty. That's Sally Smith, Dr. Sally Smith, the pediatrician, child abuse pediatrician at Johns Hopkins All Children's. The one to the far right on the top is Kathy Beatty, the social worker at All Children's. And then we have on the bottom, last name Knox. I forget her first name now. She was a child abuse pediatrician in Alaska who caused a big scandal and was sued multiple times for false diagnoses of child abuse. Do you see a similarity here between any of these people? What they do? They all have the same mouth shape. And also, is it me, but I'm seeing a masculinity in these women that you don't see very often or that you do see very often. But I think, is this a specific type of people? Or perhaps the demons show through? I don't know. I'm just saying I've started putting this together because there's something about these women, and they're all women, by the way, that really bothers me. And I just wanted to show you that. Okay, let's get over to the trial. Enough of this. And in fact, there's one on the stand right now, and I don't know who she is, but she's got that same look. You want to know what look that is? Well, what's this? I don't know who this is, but that's the same look. What is the deal with these women who look very masculine and sour? What is the deal? and I don't know who this is, but this is a defense witness that I just happened to pull up. This is live right now. But there's I don't know. Weird, man. Weird. All right, we're going to go to the beginning of the trial.
I wanted to talk about exhibits.
We're going to talk about it.
Yes, please.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Judge, so I'd like to, although we haven't moved any in really, but I'd like to talk about the ones that were scheduled for today first, because some of them have to do with our first witness. So if I could direct the court to Defense Exhibit 3197.
Oh gosh, I forgot. I was going to, last night I did a quiet bedtime stream so we could finish up the arguments from yesterday. And hold on. I got a $200 Venmo that I did not see. And so I just wanted to tell Brianna, thank you so much. And Brianna said this: thank you for covering this trial and for all of the important reporting you do. I appreciate your tenacity to shine a light on the tyrants hiding in plain sight. Loved your reading of the Declaration of Independence earlier today. All the best to you and your family. What a lovely thing to do and say. Thank you, Brianna. I truly appreciate that. If you want to send tips to the channel and you don't want Google to get their dirty little hands on it, you can see my Venmo and Cash App addresses scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And it does help me to be able to continue doing this coverage, and I do appreciate it. But you also could send super chats. You can send Rumble rants. We're live right now on Rumble and YouTube and Facebook. So hello to all of you. And I'm running over to Rumble to check out the chat right now. Yeah, you guys are you guys are in there already today. Great. All right, let's get started. Here we go. We're going to argue about evidence.
001. It's an email from Ms. Laporte to the article.
And what is the number again, counsel?
Sure. 3197 000. Well, I think we just put 1.
Okay.
It's on the bottom of the first page. So Judge, just to orient the court.
She's the case manager.
She's the case manager. She is the one that is going to testify. She was on the phone with Beata. That was played in the jury. This is her advising Beata the things that you cannot discuss or should not discuss on the phone call.
Well, you say this is 7 pages. If I see the other.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It should just be, no, it just says 1. No, 3197, just 1 page.
Let's do 197. And
All right, guys, the volume is maxed. I have the volume boost on. I will turn it up louder, but if I turn it up too loud, it's going to get reverberation. So we'll try again.
thanks.
Well, the main problem, Judge, there's
That's
several.
too
The main
loud.
problem is that this, again, gets into Chapter 39 issues as to management communications between and among the actual, with one of the parties by another party here. I guess they would be classified a party. First, it's hearsay. But however, we have been trying, and we tried 3 times to get into evidence. The Beatty email, it's 2123-610. 3 times we tried to get that into evidence, and it was excluded based on the fact that the court did not want to get into any of the Chapter 39 discussions back and forth about the management of Maya in the case, because it prompts us, I guess them in that point of view, to have to come in with countervailing evidence, of which we have plenty, but it's going to quickly devolve into a discussion of what's in the orders, what's not in the orders, and the potency, if you will, of any DCF directives. And pointing out, this isn't even DCF, and this isn't even Suncoast. This is Pathways, which is another contractor, which I believe is either contractor or subcontractor to DCF. So again, we get into a lot of different issues that are inappropriate based on the court's, I think the test set by the court previously in our case.
Well, the case manager was specifically authorized by the court to supervise the calls at this time, right?
Oh, yeah.
So when the supervisor is laying out the ground rules, how is that not appropriate for this time period that we're talking about?
Because the orders in place at this time limit it again to the caseworker and to one other person. The what?
Guardian.
That's right, the GAL on it. And we have issues about Beatty participating in these things. I don't think she's on this particular one. But the point is, we have the orders from this time period, and none of these orders allow the things that they're suggesting here.
Well, but to be clear, you're not suing DCF or the contractor, and so the suggestion that you can hold Johns Hopkins liable for the actions of DCF or its contractors is an inappropriate thought process. So my question to Ms. Crowell is how do you get around the hearsay issue?
Well, Judge, first it's a business record because it's an email from her work email to the client. Plus, it's not hearsay. It's not the truth of the matter. It's to advise. It's to say that she was advised of these things. It's to show that she was told these things. Ms. Laporte's going to come in. She can identify it if it needs identification. And she's advising Ms. Kowalski what you should not do.
We're receiving the evidence exhibit 31970001.
And Your Honor, along those lines, then the plaintiffs will be allowed to cross-examine based on the order in place.
It's Ms. Crowell's turn for evidence.
Did he
You all
just say
spent a
Miss
lot of time trying to get
Crowell?
Evidence in defense needs some opportunity to get its.
I'm sorry. Is her name Miss Cruel, as in Cruella? Did the judge just say Miss Cruel's turn? Let's hear that again.
A lot of time trying to Miss Crowell's turn for.
He did. Her name is Miss Cruel. You cannot make this shit up. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Evidence. You all spent a lot of time trying to get evidence in. Defense needs some opportunity to get its evidence in.
31980001.
Miss Cruel. Cruel? 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 As in cruel? This is as good as rotten born. Born rotten. I'm sorry. But Miss Cruel? Miss Cruel? This can't be real. I must be mishearing this. This can't be real. So Miss Mole's name is Miss Cruel. Oh my God. The universe is trying, the simulation is working overtime, folks.
It's a follow-up email sent the next day at 7:40 a.m.
Well, I see the first two paragraphs, but the balance of the paragraphs, that seems like it's really going to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which is what happened in those prior conversations.
Well, Judge, again, I think it is a business record in the sense that she is communicating in her role to the Kowalski or Mrs. Kowalski. She retains it in her records. I mean, it's a business record. Also advising her, if you want to leave off the first sentence that talks about that and just start in the future, please try to avoid discussing the case with Maya. That's again, notice to Mrs. Kowalski that she is not to discuss the case on the phone calls.
The other problem, Your Honor, in addition to the hearsay within hearsay, is if you look at the bottom of the page, they're not offering the complete communication.
I'm sorry, which one?
You can see there's an original message. They've only attached this. Clearly, there's a previous communication here.
What's the next page?
I didn't put that one. The next, we can show it, I guess. But do you want to see 002?
Okay, wait. I can read that. I can read it. It's we want to read this to see what she's trying to get in. Okay. This is from Charlotte Laporte. She's the DCF person to Beata Kowalski. Copied Tanya Hutchinson, Lindsay Mullet. That's an interesting name. Deborah Salisbury, which is Beata's lawyer. Leaf, something. Morgan, Runovich, Sarah, Kathy, and Kathy Beatty. All right. Hello, Beata. I am out of the field all day today and will not be able to accommodate a phone call. By the way, this is dated November 16th. I will be following up with the GAL to see if they can help facilitate these. I will be able to supervise a phone call tomorrow at 4, providing that Maya is able to call me at that time. I thought Maya was allowed to call outside the hospital room. Why wouldn't she be able to call? Interesting. I have CC'd Kathy on this email so that she can confirm. I will be able to supervise telephonically for you next week on Monday and Wednesday at 4. I cannot supervise after hours as I am usually out of the field or at home visits. Also, yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect due to the case being brought up and mention of the judge and his decisions. Oh my God. Did they go back and fabricate evidence that it was Charlotte Laporte on the phone and not Kathy Beatty? They did. At least that's how it seems. In the future, please try to avoid discussing the case with Maya. If Maya happens to bring it up, please redirect her so that I do not have to. I do not give you my authorization to record phone calls, so please do not record my conversations. This is pertaining to all telephone communications we have. Of course not, because they don't want anyone to know what it is they do and how they operate. Once ACH is able to confirm for tomorrow, I will follow up with you. Thank you, Charlotte Laporte. So, all right, well, if this really is dated November 16th, would they have known at that point that they needed it to be Charlotte Laporte on the phone instead of Kathy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Would they have needed that? You know what I was going to do? And let's do it right now because I think it's important. I want to hear the voice on the phone and I want to compare it to Kathy Beatty's voice. And we can do that because I have clips of both. So we're going to play one and then play the other back to back. It's too bad I just have so freaking many things on my Twitter. How far down does it go? Oh, I know where it is. It's in my PJ Media article. Sorry. All right, hold on. I've got her voice. And it would be here. Here. Okay, there. And then I have Beatty's voice in her deposition on my Twitter page, which is, bear with me. I do want to hear this again. All right, here we go. All right, here's the phone call. Let's listen.
I miss you. I want to hear your voice too. Yeah. I hope you. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you.
Wait, I thought I had her voice there. Oh, shit, they cut it off. Dang it, now I'm going to have to go and look for it. We'll have to do this at a different time because I thought I had it. But this is Kathy Beatty's voice. Hold on. Hold on. Shit, I thought I had the phone call. I thought I had the end of the phone call. I guess I didn't. But I do have Kathy Beatty's voice. If somebody can find me a link on YouTube to the phone, to just the phone call, or a timestamp to just the phone call so we can hear the interruption, that would be great.
Would you agree with me that you have no background training and experience to provide any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
To provide
Any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
I have a little bit of knowledge of it from the cases.
All right.
But I'm certainly not, I have not researched, and I'm not a...
All right, so when you gained knowledge, though, it was from...
Okay, so there's a little sample of Kathy Beatty's voice. I know, I turned the audio up, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you want to see 002?
please.
Okay, can you bring up 3198-0002? No, I know, can you bring up the next? 319. Oh, could be. Yep.
Well, we see the little PLT base number. I would assume it's the next base
Oh,
number.
yeah, thank you, Judge. So. Do you have a 59876? Not on the exhibits, it's in our file. All right, well, we're looking for that, Judge. Can we move on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay. The next one would be 32170669.
3217, which one?
0669.
Okay.
Oh, the paper ASMR. Stop. All right, let's see what this one says. From Charlotte Laporte. Is this a different one? This would be November. I can't read that. Dear Beata, hello, Beata. I understand that you only received the email 15 minutes prior to your scheduled phone call. I advised you of that when you called. I also understand that you had not read it yet. My mention of the case matters you discussed with Maya was due to it being brought up. That was not in my original email. When you brought it up, it reminded me it should be added. I found no objection with your phone call in general yesterday. You took redirection well. This is not an arguing matter. It is more of a work in progress, as you have never had to do this before. In regards to Kathy was in the room, but was not directly on the phone call. She was helping facilitate on the hospital's end. The order does not state that the hospital staff should not be in the room. If it is per the facility's policy and procedure, I cannot speak to that. Our correspondence is CC'd with. This doesn't make any sense. The guardian ad litem testified that she was the one who facilitated the phone call, not Charlotte Laporte. Charlotte is now saying that she was on the call, supervising the call, and she was the one that interrupted Kathy. But we've got two witnesses, the guardian ad litem and Maya. And the guardian ad litem didn't say anything about Kathy being on the phone call. She said she started the phone call from her car. The guardian ad litem was in her car and facilitated the phone call. So did she patch in DCF too? And why would they need two supervisors on the phone? Because the guardian ad litem is the supervisor. I will confirm with you in reference to the phone call as soon as ACH confirms. Also, I have a call into the GAL, the GAL. Once I am able to speak with her, I will, and then we'll contact you so we can get our story straight. Maya's attorney is a different person than the GAL and the GAL manager. I am not able to give out bar counsel information, which I don't yet, until, I'm sorry, it's hard to read, until the authorities, no, until she authorizes it. If you have any questions pertaining to the GAL, Debbie should be able to answer that for you. This is something, you guys.
So, Judge, I would point out a couple things. One, this has been produced long ago. Puts everyone involved on notice that Charlotte Laporte was the one that was on the recording and redirecting the call. And it's advising again. Ms. Kowalski, which can and cannot do.
Well,
and it's a business record.
It looks like there's a prior email at the next page.
No, the prior email she's referencing in the first line was the
It's at the bottom of the page.
31980001. Beata's email? Judge, is that what you're referencing? The sentence that starts, I understand you only received the email 15 minutes prior to your call, is referencing the email that is in evidence, which is the 31980001 email.
It sure does. She's wearing dark purple. Do you see a theme? Do you see a theme? So yesterday we had this one in the gray sweater back here was wearing a dark purple jacket. Today, Miss Cruel is wearing dark purple in her shirt. I'm sorry. This is not a coincidence. They're doing it on purpose. All right, we'll try to skip ahead while they're shuffling their papers.
We're not moving in at the same time the instruction that Kathy B should not be part of the conversation.
Well, I'm sorry, Judge, what are you referencing?
I'm just looking at the email from Beata Kowalski that started this.
Oh, did you bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay, we can put that in, Judge, if you want. I mean, if you think that needs to go in for context, but I mean, she's responding.
Is the email that's at the bottom of 067 the one that we were just looking at a moment ago?
All right, what is this? I'll see if I can read it. Thank you. It doesn't say who it's from, though. Please kindly something with the Guardian or provide me his info. If you stated in Monday's email that you were going to email me his or her info, but I never received it from you in order to facilitate more phone calls between my daughter and me. Oh, it's from Beata. I believe my calls are very important to Maya's well-being. Also, I'll rearrange my schedule to be on the call at 4 p.m. with my daughter any day of the week or at any other time it may be convenient to you. I'm hoping that the Guardian can facilitate more phone calls per week with my daughter. As for yesterday, as yesterday's phone conversation goes, I advised you in the beginning of the call that I did not check my email. I did not read the rules from DCF in my regarding my phone calls with Maya. The time of the email you sent me was 3:45 p.m. I was on the road driving at that time. I thought I followed common something guidelines and what the judge ordered in court. Further, I asked you at the beginning of my call to Maya to stop me if I said something that was against the rules. I have not read yet. Do you remember that? Yes, I'll follow the rules you want me to going forward. I'm confirming my appointment next week, Monday and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Next, I did state at the beginning of the phone call that I was going to record every call with my daughter, and there were no objections. I will discuss this with my attorney. Last, the judge ordered my call is to be supervised by a case manager and or guardian. Kathy Beatty should not be part of my conversation with my daughter. My call with Maya is a private conversation between Maya and me, and the supervisor to monitor the call. If you have any questions regarding this, please contact my attorney. Thank you very much for facilitating my calls with my child. That's a good letter.
Don't believe so, Your Honor. I think it's a different communication. Go back to 670, please. I think that's a different communication, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're discussing trying to figure out.
Yes. So if we go to 671, we might be able to tell. Yeah, it's the same one. And it looks like this page answers the question as to what was left off the previous.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you be more specific than this page? I'm trying to follow over.
Well, there was one, I didn't put a little star next to it, but you showed us only one page of an email and you were saying, well, we try to find the other page.
We were looking for it.
Right, this might be that other page.
Oh.
Or it's what you're showing us now is the later of the email string. So this exhibit might.
Yes, I believe what you're looking at now, Judge, 32170671 has part of the email that I first showed the court of 3198001. If you see at the top, it says also yesterday when you were on the phone. That's the middle of the email that the court has put in.
So that you said it much more articulately than I was. Can I look at 0672 to make sure that there's not another piece of this email chain?
That's December 7th, Judge.
Yeah. Okay. So 0671 seems to start the email thread. So
Correct.
Can you put that 0671? Let me.
Well, it's not, it doesn't show the whole email, Judge. And I don't know why there's so many different copies of it, but 319800001, I was gonna say 39881 is the complete email that is at the top of 3217067.
Well, I haven't compared 31981, but I think 31981 is on both 3217-0670 and 0671. Start at the bottom and at the top.
Okay, can I see 0670? Yeah, that is correct.
So 3217 has the complete email exchange.
Oh, what's
on
this?
Specific subject.
Are these the same ones we just read? I think so. Yeah, they're the ones I just read.
There's no dates on the first one on 0670. So
Well,
we're missing the beginning.
Well, you'd have to go to 0669.
Yes.
Because it's 3 pages.
Yes. Yes, I guess, Judge, what I was trying to do when I separated them out was to put them in order because the email chain goes backwards. And so I was trying to be consecutive as to how they've happened, but that may be not feasible to separate them out. So you can see this one's at 11:33 in the morning, the 0669 at the beginning, and then it goes down to 11:10 in the morning, and then the next 0678 is 10:39 in the morning. So they go backwards.
Okay. So what is the plaintiff's position?
Well, we maintain our objection to now introducing these emails. You can see Deborah Salisbury on the email. You can see Megan Leaf, Sarah Runovich, all sorts of DCF representatives. And when we tried to introduce evidence of this nature, the response was, if there was any dispute, the relief was available in the dependency court. So now to have them come in and offer all sorts of evidence that where if they wanted to modify the rules, their relief was in the dependency court. We have here Charlotte Laporte interpreting orders, claiming that she can use her discretion to do things that are not stated in the order, for example, hospital staff being in the room. Additionally, with respect to Kathy Beatty being in the room or not in the room, that's absolute hearsay. She wasn't even present at the hospital. She'd have no way to know that. That is clearly a statement offered for the truth of the matter. She was not present to know one way or the other. So this is riddled with problems from our perspective.
Double hearsay.
Judge, the difference is the exhibit that they wanted to put in was a communication regarding communication with the court. This is one of their big themes is that we were redirecting the phone call. First of all, the one they played wasn't Kathy Beatty. This all goes to support the testimony of Ms. Laporte when she's going to say it was me on the phone. This is her telling her.
And I already gave you another email on that specific.
Well, I didn't know if you were letting that in, Judge.
Well, 3197, didn't that one come in?
Okay. Yes, 319701 is it. So, and I understand we're walking a road here that we're trying to stay on, Judge, but I think this is knowledge of Beata Kowalski as to what she could and could not address on the phone call. But
all it shows is that she didn't know about it because she didn't read it.
I tried to parse out ones because I thought they were, they didn't reference, try not to reference the judge, trying not to reference the court, communications with the court.
I would like to point out we have a situation going on with Whitney right now where he has a halo around his head. Are you seeing the sunlight streaming through the doors and illuminating Whitney on the plaintiff side? This is a Camille Vasquez moment for attorney Whitney. Look at the halo around his head. It looks like God is trying to come through the doors. This is today, you guys. We're catching up on this morning.
3197 for me, please.
31971. Yeah.
Look at it's twinkling from the door. Whitney's got a halo.
Your Honor, if I could.
Oh, these things, the
If
simulation,
the
man.
court's already ruled that this email is coming in.
Oh! This is from Charlotte Laporte. Look at the way these assholes. Look at the things that they tell parents to do. Hello, Beata. I want to go over the things that should not be discussed during your phone conversation. This will avoid any unnecessary stress to Maya and confirms boundaries. Please only speak in English to Maya, violating her right to speak her native tongue. Like they couldn't have got somebody who was a Polish-speaking person at DCF to sit and listen to the call. Do not discuss her pain, therapies, or anything medically related. So you can't ask your chronically ill child how she's doing and if she's okay and how her pain is. What the fuck? If she attempts to talk about these, please redirect her. Yeah, because your child wants to tell you that she's in pain and you have to not speak to her about that. They're driving a wedge between mother and daughter. This is what they're doing. Don't talk to your daughter about any of these things. Do not discuss any mental health issues. This does not apply to SAD, etc. Please have a positive. Oh, that's nice. So they let her talk about being sad. Please have a positive attitude and redirect if necessary. We've taken your child away from you. We've put a restraining order on you, but you must maintain a positive attitude at all times. Wow. I want her to be able to enjoy her conversation with you. I will not interrupt if it is not necessary. If I do interject, please be understanding and adjust to whatever suggestions I make, if you know what's good for you. If the conversation becomes inappropriate, I will have to end it. Do what I tell you, or you'll never talk to your daughter again. I want to avoid any negative, hurtful situations. You mean like losing your parental rights and having some goddamn stranger tell you what you can and cannot say to your own child? This makes me sick. And this is what CPS is doing all across this nation, violating First Amendment rights of parents to be able to speak to their own children. This is happening in every state of this nation right now to thousands of people in your state right now, maybe tens of thousands, and no one believes them. Everyone believes the state. Next time you hear of someone who's been accused of child abuse, think very critically about it before you decide that it's true.
We oppose that. However, given that this email of November 15th is coming in where she's apparently
that halo is working overtime,
trying to give Beata notice of her rules, then we think Beata's email the following day explaining that she never received that email needs to be in evidence.
Oh, look, Anderson's got it on his head too. Look, it's lighting up the back of his head right here. Look.
Which goes back to the 3-1.
She doesn't say she
That's
never
right.
received it.
Before the call.
That's right, Cindy.
And then the next email says from
Cindy Absug is in the chat. She knows more than most what they do. They try to break the bond between parents and child. I was not allowed to tell my son I love him or even hug him. And I remember that. I was there. I remember when Cindy would call me after her supervised visits and tell me the terrible, awful, evil things that they would do to her, keeping her from telling her own child she loves him. They were trying to make him believe she didn't want him back. So they didn't want her to tell him that she loved him because then he would want to go home with her. It's sick.
support. I understand you only received it 15 minutes prior. I advised you of that when you called. I understand you have not read it. You know, I mean, it's not antagonistic, Judge. It's just, we're not trying to say she was deliberately violating the rules. It's just, this is the scenario.
Let's go back to 3217, starting at the original, which is 671. Okay, so we have Piana's request to Charlotte Laporte for a phone call. Can you put up 670 and 671 at the same time? Then the response from Ms. Laporte is discussion.
Oh, Warder 08E, I'm so happy for you. I'm so sorry that you've been separated that long from your daughter. That's terrible. Ashley, they're just fighting over what's coming into evidence right now. These emails show Charlotte Laporte basically taking credit for interrupting on the phone call. We don't believe her, but I think she put it in writing for a reason. I guess there's a possibility it was her on the phone. Could we have a voice analysis, please? Because Maya says it was Kathy. I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. Let's get to the talking. I guess the judge is just reading.
If you want the 3217 exhibit, we're going to have to start it out all the way at the beginning, and then there's only going to be a few things that we're going to have to redact out.
Well,
because I mean, this clearly says Beata does not want Kathy to supervise, and you know.
I understand, Judge. And then the next one says she was in the room.
Yeah.
So
knowing that if you're going to proceed on 3217, it's the whole thing is going to come in with some redactions.
One second.
Your Honor, we think if 3197-1,
Judge, we'll just withdraw them at this time.
and that's the problem. If 3197-1 is in, then
you've got a rebuttal case.
Judge, we'll withdraw them at this time.
Both of them, all of them.
Yeah, we'll withdraw them.
Even the one that,
One that the court admitted. Because you
including
said
the
we
one
can't have
that
that in without all the others. Right?
No, I think he's like.
Oh, you're letting in.
3197 is separate. It's
Okay.
not part of that email chain.
All right, that's fine. We'd like to do that.
Kidding? Is she kidding right now? So she
What's
made
next?
him, hold on. Oh, shit. So she made him go through all of this, and then she just decided to withdraw it because all the other ones would come in. Oh, my God. That's frustrating. Okay, Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat. The government is not afraid enough of its citizens. Look at these evil people traipsing around in people's lives like it's their right. Yeah, absolutely. One of the founders, I don't remember which one it was, said that the government, the people are only free when the government fears the people. When the government fears the people, you have liberty. And when the people fear the government, you have tyranny. And our government is absolutely not afraid of any of us at all. And they really should be. Which is one of the things that I was not in favor of January 6th and the action that happened there. But I will tell you that when I saw lawmakers jumping underneath their desks or whatever the hell they were doing because they were terrified that they were being raided, I snickered a little. I snickered a little before I saw how serious it all got. But they didn't have weapons. Imagine if that many people did that with weapons. Then they really would have had a reason to hide. But that didn't happen. The government should fear the people. Yes. If you've ever seen that remix of, who did this on YouTube? There was a fantastic song, Akira the Don. Search Akira the Don, Nick Rekieta, The Government Should Fear the People. And it is fan-freaking-tastic. When I saw lawmakers hiding under their desks in Congress, I laughed. Because you know what? A little fear never hurt anybody in government. And I have a right to say that because our founders said it too. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. But the other way around, you've got tyranny. That's what we're seeing. Akira the Don is a genius. Thank you very much. That is so true. I'm so glad there's some Akira the Don fans in here. That guy, if you're not following him on YouTube, you really need to be. I have all of his Alan Watts compilations downloaded in my phone. And I spend hours listening to those. I love them.
Says Beata does not want Kathy to supervise.
Actually, through
here we go.
0632. So
I don't think Akira the Don would mind if I played a little bit of that. So if you're wanting to hear that, the government should fear the people, let me just play a little bit of it for you. It's fantastic. I don't think he would mind. He likes it when we spread his stuff. And Akira, if you're listening, Akira the Don, don't hit me with a copyright strike. Hold on. I got to share this. This is so good, you guys.
Let me preface this really quickly with saying one important thing before we start.
Here we go.
Akira. I know you're gonna dig this. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. 100% of the time. Unironically and without a hint of jokes. Because the alternative is the people fear the government, and that's fucking tyranny. Tyranny. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. 100% of the time. Reluctantly.
Isn't it a jam?
In the service of your fellow man. Not thinking that you get to be an administrator or controller of their fucking property and their fucking rights. We have twisted government service into a position of power, but the word is government service, and the service is not to the government, but to the people. These motherfuckers lord over us as a new aristocracy, a new ruling class of nobility. And they do so openly and in our faces. The founding fathers would roll in their fucking graves to see how we treat the government today. They should serve in fearful respect. In the same way that the Bible uses fear, reverence of their God. Because the populace, the people, the citizenry are the God of government. Not the other way around. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. The government should fear the people. 100% of the time.
All right, you guys, you got to go over to Akira the Don. I've dropped the link in the chat and subscribe to that channel. He's got some fantastic mashups, and he's really talented at making good music that really does slap. It's good. It's good. I mean, I like it. And I spent an entire summer gardening to Akira the Don, just in my earphones. Just, I love it. He has some Jordan Peterson. He has Alan Watts. I think his Alan Watts stuff is unbelievable. I sent it to Nick. I'm sure he's seen it. I sent it to him. I don't know if he watched it, but I think it's fantastic. I mean, Nick has some great rants, but he's 100% right. He's 100% right. And our government, these government officials don't fear us at all. And lawsuits like this really help. Let's get back to it.
the first email, the email chain starts at the bottom of 0622, Judge, and the rest are just the attachments, the letter, and the photos that she's referencing. And it's misqualified.
All right, let's see if we can read this. This is another email from Charlotte Laporte. To Beata Kowalski. Hi, Beata. Yes, this is the first time I've seen the pictures. I am CCing Kathy so that she can print them and give them to Maya on her end. Why would Maya want them printed? I do not have a color printer. They would not have turned out as nice and what pictures are we talking about? And would take longer to get to her. Kathy, can you please print these and give to Maya? Oh, they must be pictures of family. Here's the email from Beata. Charlotte, my daughter Maya has not received these pictures. And well, I wonder if they got lost in cyber mail. So she must have sent her some pictures of family.
She advising Charlotte that Maya hasn't received the pictures, and then Charlotte advising at the top that it's the first time I've gotten them. I'm sending them to Kathy to print them out and give them to Maya.
And what are the, this is again forwarded message, so what's, I guess on 633?
I think that's the, if you turn it, 02, so that's the November 25th email saying, please give this to my daughter.
And it says, Charlotte, please send this to my daughter. Thank you something for all, Maya, for all your, or thank you someone for all your amazing art. We all love every piece of it. Yeah, that's Maya's art. You're a talented young lady. We love you and miss you and can't wait for you to come home. Always love, Mommy.
You may recall the plaintiffs testifying that we didn't. The next page are just the attachments, Judge. They're the, keep going. Through 0631.
What says the plans?
Well, you have Verinia Van Ness, one of the family's attorneys, copied on these emails that seem to be problematic in our case. Other than that,
We can remove the CC.
We don't have much of an issue.
We could remove the CC if that's.
Can you go back to the first page?
The jury is not in the room right now, Joe Kelly. They are just arguing evidence with the judge.
Redact out Verinia Van Ness on 0622. Is she on any of the other?
She's on 0623 as well. At the top.
I did, but the coffee actually fell on the computer was closed at the time. So the coffee just fell off of it. And I wiped it up immediately. So I don't think it got wet.
632 or 634?
It is starts at 0622.
And to be fair, it was happening before then.
0632.
It was actually happening before then.
Which is it?
633.
Joe Kelly, we didn't see testimony yet. Oh, are you talking about the testimony that you saw? Were you watching live? Casio, I'm gonna be able to go till my kids get home from school, probably. So like around 3:30. So however long we make it there.
What says the plaintiff?
And then I'll come back after bedtime.
It's hearsay, Your Honor. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Ms. Laporte's claiming she did not receive the original email.
And we can't produce Beata to contest it.
This does seem to be hearsay, Ms. Vodovoz. Any response?
Oh, I can't wait for the jury questions. You guys have been telling me that they're so good.
Well, Ms. Laporte will come in and will testify regarding this situation, but I mean, is this, what's the hearsay objection? I mean, I did not receive the original email. The rest is simply forwarding a document to Kathy requesting that she print it.
It's about, can you take action here?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yes, the hearsay objection is I did not receive the original email. It's a factual statement. It's hearsay.
More, and it's equally important is directing action, which we can't then come in and cross, whether it's ever taken up.
Anything, Ms. Gross? So that one's not coming in, is that?
Oh, sorry, I asked you.
Oh, yeah, I'm asking you, because the email from Charlotte Laporte to Kathy Beatty, where's the hearsay exception?
Well, Judge, it's simply advising Ms. Beatty and requesting that she print the document. It's not.
I agree with the plaintiffs. I did not receive the original email.
All right, I'll just have to testify that.
The truth of the matter asserted.
Okay.
So that one's no. Okay, we're past 9 o'clock, Ms. Crowell. How many more of these do we have to do?
Judge is getting anxious to get the jury in.
That's fine, Judge. We'll move them in later. I'll just talk. We'll address moving them in later. I'll just talk with Ms. Laporte about some things on that topic. I wanted to make sure. So Ms. Laporte came into the case after the shelter order was already in place, and she was tasked then with being the case manager, meeting with Maya at least every 20 some days, and I think then she hands it off at some point to the Pinellas County people. But I think I need to I want to make sure I do it the right way. Let the jury know what's the status at that point. So at the point that she comes into contact with the Kowalskis, the mom is not entitled to have any, contact with Maya other than written and supervised phone calls. And I'd want to make sure I do that in the right way. I don't want me to reference that there's a court order in place. You want me just to say, can I just say at the time that you were began your involvement with the Kowalski matter, the status was that the mom was only allowed supervised calls and written communication.
Are you going to reference a specific date when Ms. Laporta began?
Yes, because the first phone call is November 15th. So I can say at the first phone call and in that email date that is in evidence is November 15th. So as of November 15th, when you are arranging the first phone call for Beata Kowalski, the status was that phone calls were required to be supervised. Do you want me to say per court order? You don't want me to mention court?
Let me hear from the plaintiffs.
Within, depending on when she actually came in, there was an order entered by Judge Hayworth on the 10th of November, 2016. Contact between Ms. Kowalski and Maya. Contact shall be through written correspondence. Each may send letters, magazines, or written material to the other, provided as first reviewed by a designee of Safe Child Coalition, I guess Ms. Laporte, who shall forward approved documents promptly to the recipient. Documents deemed not appropriate may be withheld by SSC, and the attorneys advised of the reason. Telephone communications between the mother and Maya is authorized, but only when supervised by guardian ad litem or a case manager, at times convenient to the facility. And then there are further requirements of the facility. So they're bound by, for all of the things I think they're testifying about, the order of November 10th, 2016, which has significantly different requirements than I think what Ms. Laporte was trying to put on the Kowalskis. And I would like to be able to ask her where in this order.
I will tell you again, the DCF and the contractors are not the hospital. If DCF or the contractors did something that you don't like, that's a different lawsuit. That is not the lawsuit against the hospital. So let's not even contemplate. Let's talk about what DCF and the contractors did. All Ms. Crowell was asking of the court was, can she say, as of the November 15 call, the status was Beata Kowalski only had the ability to have supervised phone calls and the letters, the mail, or whatever it was. That was what Ms. Crowell was asking, and I was seeking the plaintiff's input, not to change topics on this.
The problem is, Judge, it's not so much that we have a problem. Well, we obviously do, but our point is in order to appropriately and effectively cross-examine them, we need to point out where what they were saying and doing, they had no power to do. In fact, they were in direct violation of some orders here. I would like to be able to cross on the fact that, for instance, Kathy Beatty was not supposed to be a part of any of these calls. And maybe the best thing to do is just ask her, you were aware that Ms. Beatty wasn't supposed to be on any of these calls.
The problem with Ms. Crawls.
Can we stay on the one issue that we were actually talking about?
Yes.
And let's just keep it there.
All right. So
because we're now at 9:10 and we're on day 2 of the juries cooling their jets here, which I don't like. So on the specific issue that Ms. Crowell's, agree or disagree?
Disagree.
I agree. You can do it that way.
Thank you.
Your Honor, it leaves aside some of the status.
Ms. Crowell's turn. You all got to drive it in your case in chief. She gets to drive it when it's in the defense case in chief.
Right. Judge, the other issue that will come up is, as mentioned, that any written communication first was vetted by you before it would be passed on to Ms. Beatty or some other person to give to Maya Kowalski. I want to establish that fact.
But the case manager or the guardian.
Pardon me?
Case manager or the guardian.
Yes. She was tasked with doing the background checks with respect to anyone that wanted to come and visit Maya. It is her anticipated testimony that unless they were cleared or vetted by her agency, which was tasked with it, they had no authority or permission to visit Maya.
Is that a piece of the dependency court order?
Yes, I believe so. That they had to be. That was the. I don't remember exactly if it's precisely in the order, but it was clear that yes, because the judge at one point even put in an order that she could have 2 relatives and 2 friends. That was on the November 10th order, that she could have 2 friends and 2 relatives, and they all had to be cleared by DCF or their subcontractor.
I don't understand why we can't just take care of these things with the court order.
You may recall the church lady that came in, Judge, and they made a big issue in the plaintiff's case that we kick these people out. And she will establish that before anyone can see Maya, they had to be vetted. Jack gave her a list, and then she would do the background checks.
The problem is it mischaracterizes the nature of the order. That paragraph refers to contact specifically between her peers and relatives. She could have 2 peers and 2 relatives. Church ladies were neither. So it doesn't say she's not allowed visitors outside of the 2 peers and 2 relatives she's allowed.
Judge.
What was that reaction?
The court was limiting the amount of people that were going to be given permission.
Why?
And
Why was the court? Why was the court limiting the people who could go visit Maya? They weren't. DCF wasn't, and the doctors at Johns Hopkins weren't. They weren't alleging that Maya was being abused by everybody she knows. So why did they isolate her the way they did? They don't let anybody come in. It's absolutely absurd. But that's not what they're arguing over here. They're arguing over who was responsible for limiting. And plaintiff says it was the hospital. Defense says it was DCF. And that leads into the Chapter 39 line. If it was DCF, it doesn't come in.
Plaintiff's position that meant anybody else could come see her that weren't vetted. I mean, clearly.
Well,
oh my God, I would flip my lid on a wall if this happened to me. I've got eggs on my counter. Eggs from the chicken house, from the chicken coop, last for like months outside of the refrigerator. Fresh eggs last a long time. And you're saying you have a friend whose CPS complained about the eggs on the counter?
Her job was to do the background checks on anybody that wanted to visit Maya. That's
DCF rules. That's the way it works when you have a child that's sheltered. And she got a list from Jack as to who he wanted to have approved. And
you know what? Now the world knows. Now America knows what happens when DCF gets involved. And I bet everybody watching this is feeling the same damn way about it. You're feeling some kind of way, aren't you? You're like, who the fuck are these people to tell me what I can and can't have on my counter and who my kid can and cannot see? Who are these people to tell me what I can and cannot say to my own child? And if you're not feeling that way, there's something wrong with you. Is this the land of liberty? Is this the home of the brave and the free? Or are we subjects to the crown? The crowned people at CPS and hospitals. Are you a subject or are you a free person? You better answer that question for yourself, folks.
she would do that background check. And if they were not on the list and not vetted, they were not allowed to visit.
Well, again, we have to be very specific about times. And paragraph C, Mr. Whitney does refer to 2 child friends and 2 relatives for unsupervised contact. Doesn't say anything about prohibiting supervised contact with others.
No, I'm talking about supervised contact. I'm saying that this child could not just be visited by anybody that wanted to walk in the door. Those are DCF rules, Judge. I mean, this child is sheltered. I don't know if it's specifically in the order, to be frank with the court, but the DCF rules, when someone is sheltered, is that then they are protected. And in order to protect the child, no one gets to see the child unless they have been vetted. That's the DCF rules. She is under DCF rules at this point.
The dependency court order here limited for unsupervised contact 2 child friends and 2 relatives, but doesn't talk about supervised visitation with others.
I understand that.
I mean, outside of, Jack Kowalski.
I understand that, Judge, but she is sheltered under DCF. Yeah. DCF rules are that if you're sheltered, you cannot have anybody visit you that has not been vetted. It may not be in a court order, but that she is under DCF rules. Then DCF rules take over. And under DCF rules, anybody who's sheltered, they have to be vetted, which of course makes sense.
Where you started all of this, you wanted to ask if she was the person that was to conduct the background checks.
Yes, yes, and that
that question is fine.
Okay, and under DCF rules, if you are not cleared, you are not.
I think I can handle that next issue by a jury.
Advising them that DCF
as to what the dependency court order allowed or didn't allow.
Judge, I don't think that covers the entire topic because she is sheltered into DCF rules and DCF rule and with DCF. DCF has its own guidelines and that they have to follow.
I would imagine I can handle, if we need to instruct as to what DCF guidelines are, I think I can handle that by a jury instruction. I don't need a person to come in and interpret DCF's rules and regulations.
So to make sure I'm clear, Judge, so you're fine with me asking her if she was the one that was tasked with vetting the persons who wanted to see Maya?
We object to that question as phrased because it's not specific to date. And she was not even involved until mid-November. So she couldn't have been the one that was doing this, performing this function. And we have communications from Jack Kowalski that he was sending to others at DCF and not this subcontractor.
So long as you were clear on the date, you can ask the question if she was the one that was to do the background check.
Okay.
Is there anything else, or can we bring in the jury?
Well, I think she's here, Judge, and I mentioned it to her, but I just want to emphasize with Ms. Laporte because her natural go-to when I ask questions is to say, well, the court ordered, and I've told her that she cannot do that, and I want to go out there and just re-emphasize to her
yes, you can,
that real quickly, that she is not to refer to what's happened in the court or court orders. Is that?
Yes. Okay. Or DCF rules. We're going to handle that through a jury instruction if necessary.
I agree with Mr. Whitman.
Okay, I just want to go do that very briefly, Judge.
She's here in the hallway.
She is, okay.
All right, let's go. Is this Charlotte Laporte? Is that who's coming? Somebody tell me who this witness is going to be. I know it's somebody from DCF.
As long as I can take the time before Dyer if we get into one of those issues.
So what they did, ask the approach.
All rise, jurors enter. Did not receive any information, and you did not.
Yep, here comes Charlotte Laporte. All right, let's see if we think she sounds anything like the voice we heard on the tape. Has anybody found me the link to that, by the way? If you have the link, send it to Twitter at Megan Fox Writer, or send it to my email, which I'll put up on the screen for you. But I would like the link to the phone call with the interruption, and I can't find it right now.
You sound swear like I'm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You just walk right over this second.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Charlotte Laporte.
Ms. Laporte,
Let's slow
we're
her
getting into your
down
background, but just so the jury
so we
understands,
hear normal
where we're
voice.
going. At one point in time, in November of 2015, were you a case manager involved with the
She's breathing into the
Kowalski
mic, not
family,
me.
and the DCF matter?
Yes, I was.
Okay, all right. So let's give the jury just a little bit of your background. Can you go through your education?
All right, take a look at her mouth. Let's take a look at her mouth for a minute. And I'm going to go ahead and add that to my collection that I've been making of these types of people who take kids away from parents. And let's see if there's anything similar about her and these other ones. Let me just add it to my little compilation here quickly. Upload the file. Let's see. Let's get her on here. See if she looks a little similar to these other wretches that we have been looking at. Interesting. These are all women of a certain age, and they all have something similar about them. It's kind of uncanny. Here we go. I'm uploading my new compilation, including Charlotte Laporte. What do you think, guys? Let's take a look at this as soon as it comes up here. Come on, StreamYard. Bad eyeliner is also a common thing we see. Kathy Beatty has it. So does Charlotte Laporte, and so does that blonde Knox woman from Alaska. Look at the downturned mouth. Is there something about the downturn? I need a body language expert. What is it about people who hold their mouths like this? Yeah, bad makeup choice. Really unattractive. They all look miserable, like they've spent their lives screaming at children, like Miss Trunchbull. Why do they look like this? Is this what evil does to the face? How come none of them look like they're capable of joy? It's very strange to me. Also, I would like to point out that this latest witness really looks like a witch. Like she's got witch vibes. As much as Sally Smith had the witchy vibes, this one does too, with her very darkly colored hair that's real long and her fuchsia lipstick and her, wow. I don't like it. I don't like the vibe. Just saying. All right, let's get back to it.
Educational background for us.
Okay, I have my associates in human services, my bachelor's in social work, and a master's in psychology.
Let's talk
Thanks,
about your
Backfire.
work background.
And
So
a bunch
I
of
understand
harpies
starting in
and
2009,
hags.
you started to work for the Department of Health. If you could explain what you were doing and where you were working.
Okay, so I worked on the University of South Florida campus. That's where they house children's medical services and their medical foster care team. So I was a social worker for medical foster care.
Can you explain to the jury what medical foster care is?
Okay, medical foster care is when a child needs a higher level of medical care. They've come in from egregious abuse or medical neglect, and a lot of times it's the children are on vents. They need higher interventions than a normal foster home would be able to accommodate. So I worked with them to ensure the children were getting what they were needing. The parents were able to be engaged in their medical care to the best of their ability, and attend court hearings, present how the child is doing, how the parents are doing.
Okay.
Crazy Warlock. Crazy Warlock on Rumble wants you to know that body language experts say these women all look like cunts. Yep, that's it.
Was that from
Nailed it.
2009 to 2014 that you were involved with working for the Department of Health as a social worker with medical foster care? Is that accurate?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. And then where did you go from there?
Then I went to work for Pathways as a case manager.
Can you explain to the jury what Pathways is and the connection with DCF and with Safe Children Coalition?
Okay, so if a child is removed from their parents' care, that's done by the child protection investigator.
Is that CPI? They've heard a lot of initials. CPI.
Well, I didn't know CPI
that's
are the acronym for child protection investigator. So after that has the child's been sheltered by the state. So CPI doesn't keep the case forever. They transfer it over to what's called case management, and then we try to start working with the families, the children, to help get them in the services to hopefully rectify the reasons that the child was removed from their care.
All right. And how is Pathways connected to Safe Children Coalition, if the jury sees those words?
Right. So at that time it was Pathways, but since then the Safe Children Coalition, we are under the umbrella of the Safe Children's Coalition, their case management unit.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been working for Pathways and in doing this work that you did with the Kowalski family as a case manager?
7 years.
All right. So I want to talk about your role with the Kowalskis and that family. By the way, was your role with this family similar to the role you would have with any other family in the same scenario with somebody that's been sheltered?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I want to point out something in the chat. Snively said CPI legal kidnappers. This is not just something we say. This is something that CPS workers actually believe they are. I want you to look at this article that I wrote back in 2020. Arizona child welfare workers caught wearing professional kidnapper t-shirts. And on the back of the shirts, it says, do you know where it's, look at this. The Prescott, Arizona Department of Child Safety, DCS, is down to only one child abuse investigator after having to fire at least 8 others for wearing t-shirts that say professional kidnapper on them and posting the photos on Facebook. The terminated child welfare employees had these shirts made up with the phrase, do you know where your children are? In bright pink as a joke that no one who has battled DCS for custody of their children thought was funny. And you can see here that here they are showing off their pink t-shirts that say professional kidnappers, do you know where your children are? These are the type of people we're talking about right now. And you think that these are good people? These are people who care about kids? They care? No, they're drunk on their own power. Drunk on power. And I think I found a family. Here we go. Ashley Thompson, a recovering addict who had her children removed by the Prescott office, contacted PJM after the investigators were caught in the despicable shirts. It was completely disheartening to know these are the people who have control over my children's needs and well-being right now, she said. Thompson has been in treatment for her drug addiction and said she's done everything in her power to get her children back, yet they won't return them. I completed treatment, all services, still testing, and I have my youngest son back, she said. 4 of her other children are still separated from her. DCS has my children separated in 2 different foster care homes over 2 months later. These are the people making decisions on whose kids to take. They think it's funny. They think it's funny that they have the power to take your kids. I'm going to drop the link to that one in the chat because you guys should really go and read that. I've covered these cases for years, which is why I feel I'm uniquely qualified to cover this trial, because I know what CPS is up to. I know what DCF is up to. I know what these hospitals are up to. They're up to no goddamn good. And go and support the work that I do by clicking on the articles that I share with you. It does help an immense amount. And I've been trying to uncover these scandals for years, and nobody pays any attention. Nobody wants to hear about it because no one believes parents who've been accused of child abuse, or like this parent who was a drug addict and admits, I was a drug addict. Well, lots of people are drug addicts. And you know what? Drug addicts love their kids too. And not all drug addicts abuse their kids. In fact, studies have shown that drug abusing parents and alcoholic parents that kids actually do better with them than they do in the foster care system. So what are we doing? Why are we yanking kids on the word of these witches who would go out of their way to insult and offend parents by wearing professional kidnapper t-shirts? Just want to say, these are the she's talking about the child abuse investigators. That's who we're talking about. People who would wear t-shirts that say professional child kidnappers.
First of all, did you meet Maya?
I did meet Maya.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that the first phone call that, well, strike that. In addition to meeting Maya, were you involved with supervising Beata Kowalski's phone calls with Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I was.
Okay. As of November 15th, 2016, were Beata Kowalski's phone calls required to be supervised?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also tasked with reviewing any written communication between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
Yes.
In other words, you had to look at it and approve it before it could be given to Maya. Is that
correct?
Okay. All right. In addition, were you also involved with vetting or doing background checks on anyone who wanted to visit Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Yes, I was involved in vetting.
Okay.
Why is this person qualified to vet who your kid can see?
So do you recall your first visit with Maya in November of 2016?
My first face-to-face when I went to visit her at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. At that time, do you tell me about the interaction with Maya?
Maya was pleasant. She was easy to talk to. I was explaining to her why I was there, that I just needed to go see her and wanted to see how she was doing. I tried to build rapport, just being more of small talk, and she was showing me her favorite things like Shopkins, whatnot, trying to get insight into what she likes. I kept it as simple as possible because it was the first meeting, and I didn't want to cause any anxiety to her more than I had to.
Okay. In your interactions with Maya, I'll strike that. Okay. Striking myself.
Move on, Miss Cruel. We don't care what you think is funny.
All right, so let's talk about the monitoring the phone calls with Beata Kowalski. Can I ask you to put up, please, 3197-0001, which is in evidence? You see on your screen there, is that an email from you to Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of this email that you sent to Beata Kowalski?
It lays out a parameter to make it a quality phone call, so that it, again, wouldn't cause anxiety to Maya by discussing these types of things. We want it to be a positive interaction, just what she was doing, going over her schoolwork, anything like that, just to keep her from going into anything that related to the case or the particulars of the case. It was supposed to be a quality call.
All right. And at this time, these were supervised calls, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is the reason to please only speak English to Maya to allow that supervision to occur?
Correct.
Overruled.
I didn't hear your answer, ma'am.
Correct.
All right. And then there were some other guidelines that you put on there excuse me, do not discuss pain, therapies, or anything medically related. That was also relayed to Beata Kowalski, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading. Overruled.
You also advised her not to discuss mental health issues, as you laid out in the email, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I don't see in here any direction to not discuss the actual DCF case. Well, I'll strike that. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right. So, as a result of your role as case manager on behalf of DCF, did you then monitor a call with Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
The first one. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that call?
Objection. What here?
All right. I was just answering a question in the chat. Dwayne wanted to know your thoughts on these CPS medical kidnapping rings and their connections to like child trafficking sex rings. Yes, there have been some connections that actually the news has reported on, one in Arizona in particular, where a DCF worker got caught creating illegal child photography and also selling children. It was a big scandal. There was a lawsuit that happened because of it. I don't know if I know he was arrested. I don't know how that trial went. But I think that that's not the rule. I think that's something that happens occasionally. I think what happens more often is that children in foster care situations like group homes end up getting trafficked because they are at such risk. They end up being homeless on the street or they're runaways, and then they end up getting trafficked. I don't think it's I don't think that it's that's. I think the trafficking in the CPS
I would like for you
system is about
to
federal
listen to a
funds
recording
and
that
getting
Jerry's
access
heard
to
twice
them.
already. If you could play 2608A.
Oh, and they also steal Social Security. So they're also stealing the Social Security of the kids. So if orphans are in the system, thanks Cheesy for becoming a new member. Welcome. If orphans are in the system, they're supposed to hold their Social Security for them so that it builds up the Social Security they got from the deaths of their parents for when they age out of the system. Well, there was a huge, huge scandal where they had been taking the Social Security inheritance from the orphans. NPR blew the whistle on this. And they claimed they used it for their care. But that money wasn't for their care. Tax money was for their care. Their Social Security inheritance was supposed to be their nest egg for when they got out of the system. And some of these, including Native American children, aged out of the system and had nothing. And the system had spent it all. Those are the kinds of things that they're doing. Do I think they're selling kids into like slavery? No, I think they are using the children. I think in some cases that's been reported. They found a few cases like that. But mostly it's using the funds that are attached to each child in the welfare system, in the child welfare system. It's moving those funds around fraudulently, taking more kids than they need to free up the money that they can then use on God knows what, because they've never been audited. Nobody's watching over them. Nobody's there's no oversight of CPS. Health and Human Services, they're not going to investigate themselves. They're the ones doing it. There is no oversight from an outside organization over any of these institutions. None.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi mommy. Hi honey, how are you, sweetie pie? I'm great, I miss you. I miss you so much too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day. You know how happy it makes me feel to hear your voice. Same here. I miss you so much, and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice too. Yeah. Oh, yes. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as you make the decision, then I'll be able to see you. Okay?
Yeah, we're not allowed about the case, okay? Maya, honey, just, we're gonna talk about, what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
Ms. Laporte, whose voice is it on the recording redirecting Beata Kowalski?
That's my voice.
That's your voice?
Yes, you can hear my voice. So yes, that's my
How
voice.
confident are you that that's your voice?
I'm very confident.
All right, I'll tell you this. I think it's possible. It is possible that it's her voice. Kathy Beatty has a very strong Ohio accent. And I'm not sure I heard it there. I don't know. I think it's possible. I know you guys don't think so, but I think it's possible. Hold on. Let's go back to Kathy Beatty's voice. Because I want you to listen to Kathy Beatty. She sounds like people I know from Ohio. And that they have a real specific way of talking. So let's pull her deposition up again. This woman is pretty nasally, and Kathy has that low vocal fry, and she also has an Ohio accent. Let's listen to Kathy again.
Would you agree with me that
I'm sorry, this is so low.
they do not make you an expert in Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you have no background training and experience to provide any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
To provide
any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
I have a little bit of knowledge of it from the cases.
All right.
But I'm certainly not, I have not researched, and I'm not
All right. So when you gained knowledge, though, it was from physicians, I would gather, psychologists or doctors, people like that.
sometimes, yes.
Well, did you read things about it or study anything
Yes.
about it? Okay. What did you read and study?
So through graduate school, I read many of articles that were written.
Listen to her A's. Graduate school, listen to her A sounds.
In the medical literature, along with the social work literature.
Okay. Name the top 5 symptoms of Munchausen by proxy.
The parent seeks multiple medical professionals in order to get diagnoses on very vague kinds of symptoms. The child may be admitted to ERs or multiple hospitals. Parent is
All right, let's go back because I think that this woman has more of a eh sound. It's not nasal enough. This woman she talks through her nose and she has as. Kathy has more rounded A's and she has that vocal fry and she's lower. But let's listen again. This is your daddy. That's a more nasal sound. I don't think that's the same person. I don't think that's Kathy. But oh wait, I'm sorry. I forgot to share this instead. You didn't get to hear that. Hold on.
Let's play redirecting. Ms. Laporte.
We can't discuss any Shopkins or things like that. We're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but
your nice visits with your daddy.
We can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
Miss
Kathy's voice is lower than that. It is, yeah, it's hard to compare, but the nasal A's are what does it for me.
Support whose voice is it on the recording redirecting beyond?
All right, let's go over why this is important. If it's not Kathy, then the plaintiff cannot use her interrupting Beata as part of their case, as the intentional infliction. So, I mean, is it a huge deal? I don't know.
Kowalski.
That's my voice.
That's your voice?
Yes.
Thanks, EXO.
You can hear my voice. So yes, that's my
How
voice.
confident are you that that's your voice?
I'm very confident.
Let's play 2608B, please.
But I would like to know why Maya said it was Kathy since she was in the room.
How you doing? How is PT and OT going for you? Not good. Okay. Deanna, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay? Okay.
On Exhibit 2608B, which is a continuation of that call, Ms. Laporte, is that also your voice? Again, redirecting Ms. Kowalski.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Why were you redirecting her at that point?
Because it was going towards her medical care. I redirected her about court because we had already previously spoke about that. It wasn't in the email, but we had spoke about it. So the redirections, I don't like having to redirect. It's better if the parent just stays on task because, again, that causes anxiety.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's better if the parent just stays on task and makes it light for the child because it causes anxiety. But yes, that was my voice.
Okay. Let's hear 2608C, please.
And what do you usually need help with? My hands. What happens with the pen? I just can't lift them up. You can't pull up the pants anymore? No. When did that start, Maya? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a while ago, I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember when it started. Okay. TBH. What's TBH? Yep. I know we have left that line of conversation out, thank you. Okay.
That's my voice.
Okay. How confident are you that that's your voice?
That's my voice. I'm very sure.
Well, let's talk about how you had to arrange.
Very sure. Yes.
Let's talk about how you had to arrange the phone calls. You were not present in the hospital when that call was being made and you were supervising it. Is that
Ooh,
correct?
Jack's face is thunder.
Correct. So how would you, can you just explain to the jury, first of all, what schedules had to be accommodated, how you had to arrange the calls with Beata Kowalski?
Okay. So to be able to arrange the calls, I had my schedule because I had other cases at the time. I had to be out in court and field and all kinds of different things. So my schedule, Beata's schedule because she was working, the hospital because they have to be able to accommodate someone to be in there to help get her on the phone. And then there's also Maya's schedule because she was in therapies and had other things. So it kind of was like a chain that had to all come together.
With respect to this phone call on November 15th that the jury just heard snippets of, were you connecting with Kathy Beatty for that call to make sure that it happened?
Yes. I recall that I had to coordinate with the hospital and I did a lot of coordination with Kathy because she would then have an aide available or somebody available to be able to accommodate the phone call.
And was it typical that in your role with DCF that you would coordinate with the social workers at the hospital?
Yes.
following that phone call with Ms. Kowalski, with Beata Kowalski, did you then have some further communication with her regarding reminding her about the parameters of the call and what not to discuss?
Numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yeah.
Oh, now she's going to try and make her sound
That's not
like
the
she
only
wasn't
phone call that you supervised, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Ms. Beata Kowalski started to discuss one of those topics, would you then redirect her on those calls?
Yes, I would redirect her. I asked her in hopes that she would redirect if she saw it going that way, but sometimes I would have to redirect her.
In addition to the phone calls, you were also tasked with reviewing any type of written correspondence. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
Correct.
All right. And were there occasions when Beata Kowalski would indicate to you that some of her email or cards or something were not getting through to Maya Kowalski?
Yes, there was times where she asked me why the hospital didn't receive the correspondence.
And
we're going to speed
a
up
couple
again.
of those occasions, do you recall informing Ms. Kowalski that you hadn't received them and she resent them to you?
Correct. Yes, she'd resend them. And I was in the habit of making sure that when she sent me something, I would also CC Kathy and her attorney, I believe, so that they would all see that I was forwarding it to the hospital.
Okay. But there were a couple occasions when Ms. Kowalski was confused as to why Maya had not yet received her communications, emails, pictures, and you had to have them resend them back to you because you didn't recall receiving them. Is that fair?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall, and if not, I can refresh your memory, specifically any specific events, times when you had to advise Ms. Kowalski that you had not received them?
There were, it wasn't frequent. It was probably a couple times. And once I received it, I went ahead and forwarded it to the hospital.
Okay. All right. But to be clear, the pathway of that communication was it wouldn't go directly to the hospital. It would have to go to you first, and then you would forward it to the hospital.
Yes.
Correct? Do you recall making arrangements for Beata Kowalski to have a phone call with her daughter on her birthday, on Maya's birthday?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was that on a Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. And did you coordinate that with Kathy Beatty, that even though it was on a Saturday, you would volunteer to supervise the call, and Kathy Beatty arranged to make sure that that call could happen?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
All right. I put up a poll on YouTube on what you guys think. Whose voice is it on the phone? Is it Kathy Beatty's, or is it Charlotte Laporte's? Or the third option is, who cares? They're all evil. Let's see who's winning. I got to open up the studio. Please don't make my computer die. Who cares? They're all evil is winning, but Kathy Beatty is winning in between the two of them. I don't agree.
Now, is it
I think
accurate
it might
to
be
say
Charlotte.
that
But how can we know without a voice analysis?
you did not, or there were not as many calls arranged as the mother would have liked?
Yes, that's accurate.
In fact, that she would like to have done daily calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that just not feasible given all of the moving parts that had to be arranged, including supervision time?
There was not enough people to be able to facilitate it every day.
Okay. sorry, can I approach you here?
Yes.
Jack's staring daggers at this witness. It really does feel good when you're a victim of something to be able to confront your accusers in a courtroom. And I hope that he's having that right now. I mean, his face is like thunderous, isn't it? He's just staring her down.
Thank you, Judge.
This is his chance, and I'm glad he has it. Are we going to get started here? Anytime now.
Beatty on these.
Oh,
You
it's
were
crossed.
aware That Beata Kowalski did not want Kathy Beatty on these calls, were you not?
I don't recall specifically that she did not want Kathy on the calls. She would question me if Kathy was in the room and why the phone was on speaker. But again, there was two approved supervisors, myself and the guardian ad litem, and then we have to have someone from the hospital. So if Kathy Beatty was in the room, it's because she was helping to facilitate the phone call.
Oh, that's not my question. My question was, were you aware that Beata Kowalski did not want Kathy Beatty on these calls?
Thank you, Natasha.
I can recall a specific email where she had asked why Kathy had to be in there and that she did not want her on speaker.
It was a little bit more than that. She said,
Objection.
If you need to refresh your recollection, you can do that.
I shall.
Don't read it to the jury.
I will. Yes, Your Honor. So let me show you trial exhibit, although I don't think this one's in evidence, 2123-6.
Thank you, Natasha.
May I approach you?
Yeah,
Judge, may we approach the court?
All right. Jack's getting ready for this cross.
It would refresh your recollection for me to show you a series of emails where Beata Kowalski addressed this.
Okay, you're going to read it to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can't read it to you.
I'll show you some.
Oh, that's fine. I'm going to need to put on my glasses though.
Okay. Again, this is to you, November 16, 2016. If I may approach you. And, for your benefit,
You know, there is a certain age at which a woman reaches where heavy black eyeliner and stringy long hair just every woman at a certain age is just going to look like a witch. I don't know why women choose to do this. You're not 20 anymore. Cut that hair.
Sure, you can come up.
Stop wearing
And
black
when you're
eyeliner
finished
all around
reviewing
your
it,
eyes.
Let us know.
I see.
Okay, yes.
And one for you from December 6th. but for
Or
the
if you
record,
don't want to cut it, wear it up. Put it in a bun. It's just unprofessional looking. It's all straggly. She's got all those split ends.
217-0673, and I believe this is in evidence. But
Okay.
does that refresh your recollection about Beata Kowalski's wishes?
Yes.
You did not want Kathy Beatty on these calls, did you?
Well, my interpretation of this is because I cannot.
I don't want you reading the email. Does
Okay.
it refresh your recollection as to?
It does,
Okay.
yes.
Why can't she read the email, I wonder? Because it's not coming in, it's not going to be published to the jury, I guess. Joe Kelly makes a very good point here. I need to point out that the purpose of a supervised phone call is evidence collection. But notice the only people allowed to collect it as evidence is DCF. They won't allow Beata to record it. No legal representation or actual police in the room. Hospitals shouldn't allow that as a privacy issue and a due process issue. Not just privacy, but due process. They are it's like being monitored by cops. These people have arrest powers. They have seizure powers. They can take your kid.
And just tell him your recollection.
Okay, so my recollection is that she did not want her to be part of the conversation. So she was not part of the conversation. If she started to facilitate the call because she was the person available to do that, she was not included in the call. She never in any way inserted herself into the phone calls.
Are you trying to tell the jury that you reviewed every single phone call between Beata Kowalski and Maya?
I can only speak to the ones that I was involved in.
So you don't know what went on in the other calls, do you?
No, I can only speak to the phone calls I was involved with.
And in this instance, you would call her and then you would merge the calls. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, you would, and in this way, then that was your connection, right?
Correct.
And in some occasions, Beata would complain because there would be background noise. Recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay, all right. So afterwards, I guess to make sure that you knew what dates you were on the calls, then you had handwritten notes, did you not? You would write it out.
Oh yes, I did write out my handwritten notes.
And then later you would, I guess, transpose the handwritten notes to writing, right? You would type it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you produced the typed versions here, have you not?
They're part of our system.
Right.
So they're in the system.
Where are the handwritten notes?
The handwritten notes are in my office.
All right. Well, I thought you had said before that you destroyed the handwritten notes,
I never said I destroyed the handwritten notes.
but you do not have them here today.
No.
All right. So now the reason that you were monitoring these was to keep Maya safe. Is that right? To help promote her health and her safety, and so forth. Right?
Monitoring the calls?
Yeah.
Just so that I could facilitate a phone call between a mother and a child was really the main reason for the calls.
I understand. But the idea was to keep Maya safe or free of harm from issues or things that might be communicated to her. Is that right?
All right, for the ladies in the chat who were like, hey, I've got long hair and I'm over 50. Well, I'm sure your hair looks better than hers. What's the deal with the split ends that go almost all the way up to her shoulders? If you've got ends that are dead like that, you need to trim those off before they split all the way up to your head. And if you were going to court, I bet you would put it up, wouldn't you? Yes.
Are you aware that the testimony about one call there, there's been other testimony here today that recognized that voice as Kathy Beatty's?
I was made aware that someone had said it wasn't my voice. I was told that two people said that it was not my voice, but I don't know who they were associating that voice with.
Okay, so they didn't tell you it was Maya Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski identified the voice as Kathy Beatty's.
Okay, that it was absolutely my voice. I think anybody that has heard my voice in here today and on the recording could tell that that was my voice.
I was simply asking you if you knew that Maya Kowalski identified.
I did not know that, no.
And who is Jessica Blackrick?
She's the guardian ad litem manager. She was one of the people approved to supervise the call.
And that she identified on those calls, some of those calls in any event, that they were Kathy Beatty. Were you aware of
That's
that?
incorrect. It was me.
Okay, so in this role, again, I can't get in. I got to approach to ask him before this question. Sorry, guys.
All right, he's got to go to the judge. The judge has them on a very short leash, so we're probably going to see a lot of this today.
Based on reports, no further questions.
No further questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Crowells?
After the November 15th phone call that the jury heard snippets of, did you have communication with Beata Kowalski addressing, again, why you had to redirect her?
Objection, sustain.
I'm just asking if she, okay. Did you, sustain?
Sustain.
did you have further communication? Just did you have further communication with Mrs. Kowalski, with Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I did.
1 minute.
All right, again, the difference, those of you asking what's the difference, they're both terrible, is that one of them is a hospital employee and the other one, this one, is a DCF employee. And if it was the DCF employee who was interrupting Beata, they can't hold DCF responsible for the emotional, intentional infliction of
On that
distress.
One question, do you have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, that one.
Really? That is such a good question.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Yes.
All right. What is he saying to the jury? Why don't we get to hear it? Oh, these are jury questions. Okay. Going over jury questions. No, but I really do think, ladies, letting your hair grow too long without keeping regular cuts in between, it's not healthy for your hair. Cutting it helps your hair stay healthy. You don't want those splits to crawl all the way up your hair shaft. You gotta trim it. That doesn't mean you can't have long hair. It just means you have to take care of those ends before they ruin the rest of your hair. And also, if you have thinner hair, getting a haircut, especially with some layers, can make your hair look thicker. And you don't have to, cut it super short. You can get longer layers. I have long layers. Wow, this is a long sidebar. How far are we going here? We're still sidebarring. Okay.
There's a few that I cannot. If you know, what is the average time to process, get court approval, and communicate across all channels?
Do I know the average time?
Yes. If you know.
There was no average time. It depends because there was.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can't hear
Oh, sorry. There was no average time because everything was its own case scenario, and we started whatever we were informed to do. We did it as soon as possible and coordinated the best we could to accommodate everyone and what was being asked of us.
Exhibit 2608, the phone call, doesn't have a time. Please describe the time email was sent in relation to the time the phone call was made.
The email for.
I'm assuming it means the email that was discussed in relationship to that phone call earlier in your testimony.
Right. There had been, I had sent an email. It wasn't sent timely. I had been getting instructions as to additional guidelines to be able to facilitate the phone call, but I had already previously spoke to Beata, and that's how she knew the understanding, don't talk about the case. That was to reiterate. I had also sent an email. I can't remember when, I don't recall when, but there was phone calls and emails. And during that call, again, she did pretty well. And I just had to redirect her a couple times as to what the conversation was.
And the next question from the jury is, when you forwarded correspondence to the hospital from Beata Kowalski to Maya Kowalski, who did you forward it to at the hospital?
With that, I would forward it to Kathy. That was who I would forward it to. She was a social worker, so that would be my point of contact at the hospital.
Why did Jessica, the guardian ad litem, only supervise 2 or 3 calls?
I can't speak for Jessica why she only did. I don't know that I don't know what her schedule was, why she couldn't accommodate them. I accommodated them as I could. And I can't answer for Jessica why she couldn't.
And I can't ask the balance of it, but I just will remind the jury that I will give you the outline of the court orders with respect to this issue. Okay. After you sent the written letters from Beata Kowalski to the hospital for Maya Kowalski, did you follow up to see if Maya Kowalski ever received those letters?
Oh boy.
Yes, I can't say that I followed up to see if she received all of the letters, but usually
So you
if I was
didn't.
having a conversation with Maya, I would be able to confirm that way. I would confirm with Kathy that Kathy received the letter. And to my understanding, Maya did get the letters that I forwarded.
Maya said
Do
on
you
the
know
phone
if
call she
Kathy
didn't
Beatty
get them.
also stayed in the room and listened in on the conversations between Maya Kowalski and her mother? Or was there anyone else in the room listening to the phone calls?
Okay, so I can't speak directly to that. I will say that during the phone calls, they did help facilitate to get the calls to get Maya on the phone. I wasn't able to see who was in the room. My concern was that I merged the phone call. Maya was able to have her phone call and she was able to speak with her mother. I wasn't questioning the hospital as to who was in the room. I know Kathy had facilitated getting her on the phone. I don't know how often she actually stayed in there, but she was never part of the phone call. She never intervened, never interjected in the phone calls.
Upon first meeting face-to-face or any prior or future phone conversations, was it made clear to Maya Kowalski why you were there to talk with her, meaning Maya, that you were assigned to monitor her conversations, her well-being?
Wait.
Maya,
What? I got
that
to
you
go
were
back.
made
I got
clear
to hear
to
that again.
first
The phone call. She never intervened, never interjected in the phone calls.
What about when she stopped her from praying? Wasn't that Kathy Beatty? Or who she stopped her right after the prayer and said, I have to go into something else now. We have to stop this. And then she wrote the note.
Upon first meeting face-to-face or any prior or future phone conversations, was it made clear to Maya Kowalski why you were there to talk with her, meaning Maya, that you were assigned to monitor her conversations, her well-being, who you work for, or that she, being Maya, was in the custody of the state of Florida?
Okay, so from my onset of beginning to work with Maya, that's why I said it began at my first visit with her that I was trying to build rapport. So at that time, there was an understanding I was going to facilitate the visits, that she was going to have a visit with her mother. And that was also
Objection, non-responsive. Answer the question. Did you identify yourself to Maya at any time and explain to her why you were monitoring her phone calls?
I can't say for sure, but I would imagine, because she was aware of the phone call, that the hospital would have discussed with her too, that she was going to be having phone calls with her mother.
That wasn't the question. Can someone object non-responsive?
Next question. Are you telling this jury that only you monitored Maya's phone calls?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I can only speak to the phone calls that
I like that question. That question was a cross question. Are you telling this jury, all right, let me get this straight. Are you telling this jury that only you monitored those phone calls?
I monitored. I was aware that the guardian ad litem did facilitate phone calls. I wasn't sure how many, but I can only speak to the ones that I supervised.
Are you able to
Blame
attest that
shifting.
all of your calls to and between Maya Kowalski and yourself, end quote, facilitated, end quote, by Kathy Beatty, were not, quote, listened into?
Wait,
Self.
I have to hear that again.
But I can only
Sorry.
speak to the ones that
All of your calls.
supervised.
Are you able to attest that all of your calls to and between Maya Kowalski and yourself, end quote, facilitated, end quote, by Kathy Beatty, were not, quote, listened into, end quote, by Kathy Beatty with or without your consent?
Oh.
I can't.
Tell us. Can you tell us that for sure that Kathy Beatty wasn't listening?
Attest that Kathy didn't listen to the phone calls. She was at the hospital. I can only say that there was no interjection by Kathy during the phone calls. I can't speak to exactly what Kathy heard. There was also aides that facilitated phone calls. So it wasn't just Kathy. Kathy would coordinate to be able to have either an aide or someone else sit in to get her be able to be on the phone.
As a person in charge, did you explain to Maya Kowalski when she was telling her mother she was having trouble with her pants, you stopped the conversation? Who was Maya supposed to tell, and did she get help?
Oh!
I didn't stop the conversation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Break out the champagne. Oh my God. The jury's with us, folks. They see it. They see it. I feel like crying. Who the hell else was she supposed to tell? Because when she tried to tell the nurses and the doctors, they didn't believe her. Who the hell else was she supposed to tell? I'm starting to believe that the jury doesn't give a shit who's DCF and who's hospital, and they're starting to realize they were all colluding on this together. So the person who's on trial right now Johns Hopkins is the one who's going to pay. How many zeros do I need? Let me get my pen. How many zeros do I need to add to this check?
And then that wasn't.
And did she get help?
I didn't stop the conversation then. That wasn't. I only stopped the conversation when it started to revolve around her the case, her therapies, and then there was a strange statement that she had made at the end, and I redirected that because I didn't understand what she was saying, and her mother didn't either. So I wanted them to just keep trying to keep it smooth.
Would that be the "you're not in a Nazi prison" comment? Is that it? Duncan Idaho says, so how many zeros was it again? Thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Rumble chat wants me to go back to the question. Let's hear the question again.
About the thing and she had made at the end, her therapy. Only stopped the conversation when I didn't stop.
She was having trouble with to Maya. As a person in charge, did you explain to Maya Kowalski when she was telling her mother she was having trouble with her pants? You stopped the conversation. Who was Maya supposed to tell, and did she get help?
I didn't stop the conversation then. That wasn't. I only stopped the conversation when it started to revolve around her the case, her therapies, and then there was a strange statement that she had made at the end, and I redirected that because I didn't understand what she was saying, and her mother didn't either. So I wanted them to just keep trying to keep it smooth. About the part about her pants, I did not interject at that time that I recall because that wasn't inappropriate. It was just her saying that she was having issues with her pants.
And there was a request from one of the jurors if there was a way to tell who the voice is on the phone calls. I will tell the jury this. The jury is to determine facts. And that would include if there is a conflict in the evidence, it's up to the jury to determine the facts.
So you get to decide who you think was on the call. In other words, so it's interesting because not calling for a voice analysis, the plaintiff in not doing that, it leaves it up to the jury to decide who you thought was on the phone. And if the defense called for a voice analysis, well, then they run the risk of proving that it was Kathy Beatty and not this woman. So it seems like nobody called for the voice analysis because they don't want to take that chance. AP, thanks for the super chat, says, if the call is on speaker, any and all people in the room is a party to the call, whether they speak or not. That is true. And we have proof from the email that Beata asked them not to have Kathy as part of it. I don't think Beata was objecting to an aide or a nurse being part of the call. I think she was objecting specifically to Kathy, and these people denied her that.
With that, Ms. Corrales, do you have any further questions based on the court's questions?
I do, Your Honor. Let me ask you this. Do you specifically recall the dates of when there was some concern by Beata Kowalski that Maya wasn't getting her pictures, or would it be helpful to review something to refresh your memory?
It would be helpful to review something.
Okay. All right. Okay. I approach, Your Honor.
Date.
You may.
Yeah. You want me to establish the date?
That would be good.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you to review this document, starting with the second page. Counsel wants me to advise of the date. Is that right, Your Honor?
You showed him the document, right?
Yes.
So this is refreshing recollection, so just have her review it herself.
Okay. All right. So it starts there and then goes here. If you could review the document.
Maya has not been in court for several days. I'm worried about her. I hope she's doing okay. You guys, remember to say prayers for Maya and her family during this, because this is a really difficult time for them. I mean, look at how anxious we are watching it. Can you imagine how they feel? And Maya, it's too triggering for her probably to be in the room with these people.
Can you advise the jury of when there was a specific instance and when that was and what occurred?
Okay, it bounces around a bit, so I'm going to start with November 25th. she had asked me.
Hold on a second. This was just refreshing our recollection.
It is, yes, yes.
Right.
Now she's starting to read from it.
Okay, so
Okay.
you did looking at the documents refresh your memory as to a specific instance when Mrs. Kowalski, Beata Kowalski, was inquiring as to why Maya did not receive some of her communications?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Can you testify as to what occurred with respect to that circumstance?
Okay, so she had said that Maya had told her that she had not received those pictures.
Objection, all hearsay.
Sustained.
Order to strike.
Okay.
The jury is going to disregard that last statement. Ms. Crows.
Wait. Which
Pictures,
last
so
statement?
she had said,
As to what occurred
yes.
I want to hear
why
the
Maya did not
question
receive
again.
some of her. Kowalski, Beata Kowalski, was inquiring as to why Maya did not receive some of her communications.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Can you testify as to what occurred with respect to that circumstance?
Okay, so she had said that Maya had told her that she had not received those pictures.
Objection, all hearsay.
Sustained.
Order to strike.
Okay.
The jury is going to disregard that last statement. Ms. Crows.
Excellent.
Was
Thank you
there
for the chat.
a specific time?
As a kid, I stayed at a medical facility for a few months to be taken off my medications, and all employees left the room when I made a phone call. Well, that would be normal behavior by hospital employees, but when you're under the care of the state, you lose all privacy.
Was there a specific time when you had to request
Careful, counselor. I'm trying, Your Honor. I'm trying.
when you had to request that the documents be sent to you again by Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
And when you received them again, did you then forward them on to the hospital?
Yes, I did. And I CC'd the hospital, the attorney, everyone, so they would see that I forwarded them.
Okay, all right. And when was that specific instance? Without, you can refresh your memory by looking at the document. When had she originally sent them to you, and when did you receive them again?
December 1st, and I forwarded them on, and it had the mother's attorney and Kathy on it. And I asked if she could please print them, that they'd be in color and they would be nicer for Maya.
Okay, that was when you were forwarding them on the second time you'd received them, correct?
It was, to my recall, only the first time I'd received them. I don't know where the initial email went.
Okay, all right. Okay. There was a question about you redirecting with regard to the pants. Could we play 2608C again, Your Honor? That's that snippet about the pants and when the redirection occurred.
Yes.
And what do you usually need help with? My pants. What happens with the pants? I just can't lift them up. You can't pull up the pants anymore? No. When did that start, Maya? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a while ago. I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember when it started. Okay. TBH. What's TBH? Yeah, I'm going to redirect that line of conversation now. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, just a minute. I have to ask you a question. Okay. All right. So having listened to that recording again,
Why did it get
at
so
what
quiet?
point in that phone call did you redirect Beata Kowalski?
When the acronym PDH was used, and Maya, Beata didn't understand it either. So I didn't want them to waste time trying to figure that out when they could just go on with the
Her
conversation.
voice is shaking.
And do you remember this conversation, monitoring this phone call? Do you have a memory of doing that?
Yes, I do.
And
Xmoon, thanks for the super chat, says the witness is making suggestions in Morse code. I did hear that tapping. It's weird. That wasn't me.
having listened to it again any question that is you supervising the call and the voice on the recording?
There's no question. It's me. It's absolutely me.
Okay, thank you.
My question is a little different.
Well, here comes Anderson.
Maya says on that recording, I can't pull my pants up anymore, right?
Yes.
And then Beata says, when did that start? Right?
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that time that perhaps Maya was complaining about something significant, a loss in strength, perhaps?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
At that time, if she was saying that she was having problems pulling up her pants, I wouldn't have known what the reasoning would have been. I maybe would have followed up with the hospital.
And you never asked.
To just ensure that she was getting that indeed was happening and if she could get help. I that was not something that I associated. I was focused on them having a quality call. I wasn't trying to overanalyze everything. I was just trying to keep it smooth and comfortable so she could have a quality call.
Well, this is a 10-year-old who is complaining she can't pull up my pants anymore. Did you think to follow up or let Beata follow up on that?
Beata could have followed up on it, and I don't recall if I did or not, but most conversations that sounded like they needed to be taken to another person, I would have. I can't say I did, though.
Well, you said Beata didn't understand it. Are you capable of reading Beata's mind? Is that part of your
I
abilities?
said I don't know if Beata followed up.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
Well,
You said she didn't understand it. You
you did
literally
not
just
follow
said
up.
it.
Is the point here, did you?
I don't recall if I did or not. I spoke to the hospital quite often. So if there was any discomforts for Maya, I would have addressed that and asked about it.
Well, you have extensive notes on this, and presumably you reviewed those before you came here, right?
Yes.
And nowhere in those notes does it say that you addressed anyone at the hospital with this particular complaint of Maya's, does it?
No, not that I recall, no.
Because you
Isn't your
didn't.
job supposed to be to help protect Maya and to be concerned about her health?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, is your job there?
So
Sustained.
That's the Bobs. What would you say you do here exactly? You know what? I gotta go to normal speed. I want to hear that again on normal speed. That was brilliant. Let's go back.
Isn't your job supposed to be to help protect Maya and to be concerned about her health?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, is your job there?
So
Sustained.
Do you know what Miss Beatty did or said to Maya after any of the calls you monitored?
no, I didn't follow up.
Welcome,
with
Vikings.
Miss Beatty after the phone calls.
Would it be true that you do not know specifically whether each correspondence, other writing that Beata sent through you to Beatty ever reached Maya?
Yes, I would ask. I had conversations with Maya. I would be able to confirm if she received them.
Again, you took extensive notes through this, did you not?
Yes.
Look at her eyes.
Nowhere in those notes did you.
Look at her eyes. Look at how far up her eyebrows are. They're climbing over her head. Welcome Vikings raid. Come on in. We're watching one of these DCF witches get grilled by Anderson. Her eyebrows are trying to escape off her face. And her eyes are wide. She's like, holy shit.
Did you complete a lot?
Let's go back.
To confirm if she received them.
Again, you took extensive notes through this, did you not?
Yes.
Nowhere in those notes did you complete a log on the things that were given to you to give to Beatty, to give to Maya. True?
I had email.
Was there a log or not?
That's my log.
Answer
That's
the
my
question.
in writing.
Were you involved at all in Beata attempting to give her daughter a Christmas dress?
That I don't recall.
Do you recall the Kowalskis trying to deliver a Christmas dress to Maya?
That's not something that comes to mind for me. It was not something that I would have, I had in any notes. I don't recall that.
I could have sworn you testified that this was your job, that you were supposed to oversee these interactions.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that true?
Sustained.
All right.
Need to answer.
Then
Wait,
how much do
wait, what was that was
these
sustained?
interactions? You testified that this was your job, that you were supposed to oversee these interactions.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that true?
Sustained.
All right.
Need to answer.
Then
She did though. He's right. Okay, so Anderson is the king of getting his leading questions or the objectionable questions in before they get objected to so that the jury hears them. So it doesn't matter if she answers it or not. Oh no, my camera's frozen. Okay, this is a good time for everybody to take a break, go get a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom. I'm going to reboot my computer and we'll come right back, okay? So go and take your break right now. Go get a cup of coffee. You're going to see, I'm sorry, Vikings, you just got here. I have a hardware problem and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay. So go get a cup of coffee or whatever. Come right back. I'll be here. And we're back. I've just figured out what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new backdrop so that when you're looking at the new instead of a blue screen, it'll say something like Megan's duct taping her computer back together. Please stay tuned. 3 minutes to go while we reboot. Okay, I'll do that so that next time that goes down, everybody knows. All right, here we go. Now, unfortunately, because we're doing a live, I'm looking at a live stream, it's of course lost my place. So now I have to go back and search for where we were. Hang on. All right, share screen. All right, I'm a little bit, hold on. I got to back up a little bit.
And members of the jury, do you have any further questions?
Hold on, I got to back up. Anderson was crossing her.
And again, you would have no way of knowing what was going on in Miss Beatty's mind insofar as transfer of any of those letters, would you?
Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something
in her
before
mind,
that
but-
cross. Hold on.
And when you received them again, did you then forward them on to the hospital?
All right. No, we saw that.
I'm supposed to be to help protect Maya and to be
Here we go.
concerned about her health.
This is where we were.
Sustained.
What, if anything, is your job there?
So
Sustained.
Do you know what Miss Beatty did or said to Maya after any of the calls you monitored?
no, I didn't follow up with Miss Beatty after the phone calls.
Would it be true that you do not know specifically whether each correspondence, other writing that Beata sent through you to Beatty ever reached Maya?
Yes, I would ask. I had conversations with Maya. I would be able to confirm if she received them.
Again, you took extensive notes through this, did you not?
Yes.
Nowhere in those notes did you complete a log on the things that were given to you to give to Beatty, to give to Maya. True?
I had email.
Was there a log or not?
That's my log. That's my in writing.
Were you involved at all in Beata attempting to give her daughter a Christmas dress?
That I don't recall.
Do you recall the Kowalskis trying to deliver a Christmas dress to Maya?
That's not something that comes to mind for me. It was not something that I would have, I had in any notes. I don't recall that.
I could have sworn you testified that this was your job, that you were supposed to oversee these interactions. Is that true?
Sustained.
All right.
Need to answer.
Then, how much did you know at this point about Kathy Beatty's? First, you weren't a psychologist as of 2016, were you?
Second, please.
Okay. So I don't think they don't like how hard he's going after her or something, but I love it. I love it. Thanks, Examoon, for the $2 super chat. Maybe she smoked too much meth and forgot. I think she looks more like the type who smokes Marlboro Reds, but I could be
And
wrong.
again, you would have no way of knowing what was going on in Miss Beatty's mind insofar as transfer of any of those letters, would you?
Not in her mind, but if Maya was receiving them, I don't know that it was an issue.
I want to ask a question, but no further questions.
He wants to ask a question,
Any further, Ms. Crowe?
but he can't.
And members of the jury, do you have any further questions?
All right. The jury has more questions. I can't wait for these. I hope. Let's hope. Jack looks pretty happy. I saw a little smile there. He's got a little smile underneath the scowl. Looking good, Jack. The jury ain't buying it.
I think I've got all but one question that I'm allowed to ask. Do you think the letters Maya Kowalski used were TBH, short for to be honest, such as I'm not sure TBH?
I really didn't reflect on it that much. I just didn't know where it was going, and the mom didn't understand it, so I figured we'd move along.
Shouldn't you make sure you know where
If
it's
you
going
know.
before you cut
So
off
if you
a
know,
mother?
how many phone calls were made in total in the 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I don't know in total how many phone calls were made.
Were all the calls so awkward?
No, the first one was, it was just getting it to where the first one was not, was very awkward because it was mom trying to do what she had to do to be able to have a conversation with her daughter within parameters that had been set, and it got better. And I believe there was a level of trust. I can't speak for Beata, but I can by the way that the emails progressively got better. She knew I was sending stuff to the hospital. Maya was able to relate that she received it. Pictures Maya had made and like little things that she'd make for her mom were brought home to her. So that was showing a progression of it getting better.
If the calls were recorded for screening purposes, why weren't the participants required to be identified in the recording, as well as who was the facilitator in the room with each call?
Well, it was a merging call for Maya, and it was to be between Maya and her mother. So we weren't going to make announcements who's on the call because it was between, again, a mother and a child, and just trying to have them have as best a phone call as they were able to have.
Any further questions, Ms. Quarles?
Yes. Who was recording the call?
I don't know. Well, Beata recorded a few calls.
Right. The call that we listened to.
Right.
Was that recorded by Beata?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything further?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
I've got another jury question.
What, do they have to discuss it again? I thought he already did. All right. Let's fast forward. Look at her face. She looks so uncomfortable. Oh, they got a new question. Okay. The jury ain't done with you yet, lady. Nope, not done with you. Man, her face is an interesting study, isn't it?
Did you facilitate the turning in of the dress that was being discussed earlier?
No.
Did you know that it resided in Beata's office?
Wait, she means Kathy Beatty's office.
I apologize. Did you know that it, meaning the dress, resided in Miss Beatty's office?
I wasn't aware. There were family members bringing clothes, so that wasn't something I would have facilitated or been involved in.
Did you know it was not timely given to Maya Kowalski?
The only reason I know that she didn't get it immediately is upon reviewing the emails. I noted that Jack had asked about them, and then they were I don't know when they had been dropped off, but she had went ahead and gone and brought them to her room.
Ms. Quarles, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
May this witness be excused at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Subject to being under subpoena. Okay. Members of the jury, I think we need to take a break. We've been here for a little bit of time. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right. They took a break, and now I have my special new background, which you'll get to see if my computer takes another dump. And since the court's on break, we are going to take a break because my ass is numb. You know what it's time for, right? It's time for squats, because we've been sitting here for 2.5 hours.
The jury's out of our presence.
And I gotta squat. So let's do it, because I gotta get the blood flowing. And all of you need to do it too. So Don't give me any complaining. Just get up. Minute and 21 seconds. Here we go.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? 2 squats! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair, get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
All right, we're back, and I've decided to switch my desk to its standing position so that I can get the blood flowing back because the squats aren't going to do it after 2.5. A minute and 20 seconds isn't going to do it. I need to stand up for a while. So I have raised my desk. What is happening in the courtroom? What's he doing outside of the presence of the jury? Anything? Hold on, I got to turn the volume on. Got to boost it. All right. Let's go.
Nice.
Whitney looks a little upset.
So what's the issue?
The issue is I'm wondering if there should be a proffer, number one. Number two, maybe we don't need a proffer as long as we have some assurances that there's some control over this witness and the witness will not be randomly throwing things out that she has absolutely no knowledge of.
Your Honor, I've discussed this with the witness. There's not going to be any randomness. She did 4 supervised visits. She's going to talk about those visits. If Mr. Anderson would like a proffer, we're more than willing to do so.
You know, I don't think I need to, as long as she's not going to do what she's done in the depots.
I'd also like to draw attention to the court, since we're on this topic, that Mr. Anderson did quite brutally cross-examine Mrs. Nias about her special needs child, and she's very anxious that that's going to come up today. It has absolutely zero relevance to anything to do with this case. But since we're talking about threshold matters, I'd like an assurance from Mr. Anderson that we're not.
I object, Fat Clark Kent. I think somebody with a special needs child is highly relevant to this case. How would you like your special needs child to be treated the way that Maya Kowalski was treated in Johns Hopkins? If Johns Hopkins nurses and hospital staff didn't believe your special needs child and they isolated your special needs child from you, how would that make you feel if they stripped your special needs child of their clothes and took pictures of them without your consent or her consent? How would you feel? It's highly relevant to me, Fat Clark Kent, but whatever. I'm not the judge.
A special needs child.
All right. In this instance, the witness attacked Beata Kowalski and the Kowalskis for having a what was the GoFundMe? Yeah, it was a GoFundMe account. It turned out that this witness also had a GoFundMe.
Oh, this is highly relevant. Let me tell you why they attacked Beata for having a GoFundMe account. This is a piece of their evidence that you have Munchausen. If you have ever tried to raise money because medical bills are too high, because your insurance ran out, any of that, if you've done any of that, they will say that's Munchausen. You're attention seeking. They said that to Cynthia Absug when she was raising money to pay for an attorney she couldn't afford. Here they take your kid away and then you raise some money. You try to raise money so you can hire an attorney to fight them, and they use it as evidence. You raising money, they use as evidence that you have Munchausen. That's bullshit. And that's what they were doing to her. So yeah, it is relevant if this bitch also had a GoFundMe for her special needs kid.
Account for this. It turned out that this witness also had a GoFundMe account for the same reason. She had a child with a disability, illness. The Kowalskis did. It was a fair comparison, but it has no place in this courtroom for this, unless the witness is going to again comment on the Kowalskis GoFundMe.
Are we both sides done kind of throwing elbows at each other? Are we ready to bring her in and conduct ourselves like we should in
Like
front of a jury?
professionals?
I think so.
Mr. Hughes, ready to go? Okay, let's bring in the jury.
That's funny. That was funny. Good one, Judge. Good one. Really good. Really good. That's the way I talk to my kids sometimes. Like, okay, are you both done now? Are you done insulting one another? Can we move on? I like how he had no comment on any of that. Like, are we done? Can we please be done? Oh, all right, jury. Come on back. But yeah, it's really terrible what they do. They use it against you. If you've ever tried to raise money, they say that's a sign you have Munchausen's. Stupid. Totally absurd.
Okay, welcome back. I take it some of you need some parkas back there, huh?
Yes.
I think I said at the beginning of the case, I don't really have any control over the temperature in this building. I'm sorry. Okay. Want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Defense, your next witness, please. Mr. Hughes, if you can call your next
The
witness.
defense will be calling this Tori Nias.
Who? What's her name? Corey what? Nias? So this is another DCF person, I imagine.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Can you please state your name?
Tori Nias.
And you live here in Florida, is that correct?
I do.
You relocated from somewhere else, though, did you not?
Wisconsin.
How long did you live in Wisconsin?
My whole life up until 2011.
Can you please tell the jury about your educational background, where you went to college, any degrees and licenses you've attained over the years?
I went to college to earn an associate's degree in police science, where I graduated with President's Honors. During the time I was in school, I was hired at the police department and worked in dispatch and became a certified emergency medical dispatcher. I was at the police department 9 years. Within that time, I also became a certified firefighter and a certified EMTI. I earned a CNA certificate when I started this whole process. Clearly, I wasn't so sure on which route I was going to take. Did that for about 23 years.
And what is a CNA?
Certified nursing assistant.
And can you please explain to the jury what an EMTI is?
EMTI is very similar to a paramedic level here in Florida. However, they don't have the I here, but in Wisconsin, we became a I squad where we're allowed to, as EMTs, start IVs, give certain cardiac medications, certain diabetic medications. We were trained to use the life pack defibrillator. It just allowed our squad to give a higher level of care than just basic EMT.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the United States Postal Service.
Oh,
It's fair to
man.
say you've worn a lot of hats over the years.
Fair to say.
A lifer in the government
One
service.
of the jobs that you used to have was with the Safe Children's Coalition. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the Safe Children's Coalition?
The Safe Children Coalition is a nonprofit organization that works alongside child.
I'd like to point out that they always name these things as very Orwellian. The Child Safety Coalition, and then they're putting kids in danger every day. Like, it's just like saying the Ministry of Love, that's where they're torturing people. The Ministry of Truth, that's where they're lying to you. And the Child Safety Coalition is where they're putting kids in danger and taking them from safe families and putting them in dangerous foster care. Lacey Pettit, thanks for the super chat, says, why do they all look like Miss Trunchbull? Says Megan Fox, that last witness was about to put them in the chokey if they asked one more question. Actually, her demeanor to me seemed like she was not aggressive. She was worried. She knew she got caught. She got caught not doing her job. What, if anything, is your job? Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Child Protection Services, the foster care program. We do a lot of education and safety, a lot of resources.
And how long approximately did you work with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I believe it was 2016 to 2020.
And what was your title with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I was a family support intervention specialist.
And what does a family support intervention specialist do, generally speaking?
Well, a little bit of everything, actually. I did supervised visits. I would transport children to appointments. Sometimes I had to take children to the hospital to be evaluated by a doctor, take them to school or pick them up from school. I would help families with resources. Sometimes kids aren't always removed from their home. They just need resources within the home. So I was able to provide resources for the in the home, and then also assist with child protection when there would be a removal.
Can I just say that in all my years of studying CPS and walking with families who are going through these, what they call child protection plans, I have literally never come across anyone who had services offered to them in their home. You notice that she's talking about facilitating services offered to families in their home. They say that. I've literally never seen what that means. I've never seen that happen because I've never worked with a family whose kids weren't yanked away from their custody. There were no services offered to them in the home. And according to federal law, Child Protective Services is supposed to do everything they can to keep families together in the home. So if they have the option of offering in-home services, that's what they're supposed to do. I've never, in 20 years, I've never seen it happen. I've never seen parents offered these things. So I don't believe her when she says that she facilitates these things. And I want to know what. I wish Anderson would say, well, what is an in-home service? But it doesn't relate to this case. But I sure would like to know.
And when you were working for the Safe Children Coalition, were there times you would work under a Safe Children Coalition manager?
Always.
Okay. And what is a Safe Children Coalition manager? What's their role?
They work very closely with child protection and determine whether certain maltreatments require removal or not removal. And as a team, we work side by side with one another, determine the needs of the family. Again, whether it's opening up a case for a removal or a non-removal, and we put services in place.
Services
Did you
in place.
work with a Safe Children Coalition?
Let me tell you what services in place means. Here's the services that I've seen put in place. Supervised visitation. But it's not a service because the government doesn't pay for it. Guess who pays for supervised visits for your kid? You do. You have to pay sometimes up to $150 or more a visit each week. How long could you afford to pay over $100 a week to see your kid? And then if you don't show up to the services because you can't afford it, they write in your file that you made no attempt to have your court-ordered visitation with your kid. This is not a service. So they call things a service that, again, they're not services. They're actually a tax on you, the one who's been wrongly accused. So not only do you have to pay for an attorney to try and get you out of this problem, now you have to pay for court-ordered visitation. You know what else you have to pay for? You know what other services you have to pay for? Reunification therapy. Oh, the government doesn't pay for that. No. You do. You do. Comes out of your pocket. And in Evita Tolu's case, she had to pay $150,000 for it. It cost $30,000 for one psychologist they ordered her to go to. She had to get a court-ordered psychological evaluation. It cost $30,000. Then she had to get court-ordered reunification therapy, which cost like another $30,000 or $50,000. And she had to pay for that out of her pocket. So could someone please identify the service yet? I've never, ever seen a government agency offer a family a service they didn't have to pay for. And they're not offering the service. They're demanding that you do it. It's an order. So it's not a service. Not a service. No.
Manager back in October of 2016. Did you work with a Safe Children Coalition manager back in October of 2016 and November of 2016 with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Do you mean my supervisor or a case manager?
The Safe Children's case manager.
The case, I did work with a case manager, yes.
And what was her?
And they tried to make Cynthia Absug pay child support while her child was in foster care. Let that sink in for a minute. And she's not the only one. They will come after you in court. Once they've taken your kid away from you, they will come after you to pay child support for that kid in foster care. Where does the money go? What are we paying for?
Her name?
Charlotte Laporte.
And did you also have a supervisor as well?
Yeah, I had several supervisors, but my main supervisor was Angela Murray.
And if I understand correctly, you were present for 4 visits at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what do you recall about those 4 visits to All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016 in a general sense?
Objection, vague, call for narrative.
Sustained.
Do you have a recollection of your 4 visits to All
Yes, I
Children's
do.
Hospital in October and November of 2016?
Yes, I do.
What stands out in your mind about those visits?
Objection, again, vague.
Sustained.
Narrative.
Am I correct that you prepared some notes after each of the 4 visits I referenced earlier?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that seeing those notes from your visits on October 24, 2016, October 27, 2016, October 31, 2016, and November 4 of 2016 would help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, with a copy of these notes after showing them to Mr. Anderson?
Sure.
Got to do some paper shuffling here. I have them out of order, unfortunately. Here it is. Your first, to draw your attention to October 24, 2016, your first visit. Do you have the note in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Did you go by yourself to All Children's Hospital on October 24, 2016?
No, there was 3 of us that went to that visit.
Who else went with you to that visit?
Child protection investigator Cindy Zangiri and trainee, child protection trainee, and I don't recall her name.
And you said that Ms. Zangari was a CPI, a child protective investigator?
Correct. Oh, Elena, that's the trainee's.
What is a child protective investigator?
A child protection investigator, works for the state of Florida and responds to hotline calls for reports of abuse, whether it's a teacher, the school, a hospital in this case. And they go and meet with the children to determine what maltreatments have taken place and to determine the safety needs of the children to keep the children safe from whatever issue is going on.
And my understanding is that on October 24, 2016, you supervised a visit between Mr. Jack Kowalski, Maya Kowalski, and Maya Kowalski's brother, Kyle Kowalski. Is that correct?
Correct.
Before you went into Maya's hospital room on October 24th, did you have a conversation with Mr. Kowalski beforehand?
I did.
What do you recall about that discussion?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
In your role as a Working for Safe Children Coalition, are there certain guidelines that people like Mr. Kowalski have to follow?
Yes.
Did you present any visit guidelines to Mr. Kowalski prior to entering Maya Kowalski's room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
Tell me, generally speaking, about these guidelines and what they cover.
The visit guidelines, which I did read to him out loud, covered what he was allowed to bring to the hospital, what he was allowed to say or not say, meaning he couldn't say.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's uncanny, isn't it?
May we approach?
Look at all these women. Look at the downturned mouths. Look at the faces of anger on these people. This anger was etched there over time. It isn't just because they're under questioning. These faces, man, that one in the pink shirt, that's one I see in my nightmares. These faces, all of them, have deep anger lines that have been there for a very long time. These people have the faces of abusers, if you ask me. Look at this. And for those of you who had not seen my explanation of this little compilation I put together, the one on the going from left to right on the top, we have Dr. Deborah Asario Jensen, who's been accused of taking over 70 families' children away for false Munchausen diagnoses. That's in Pennsylvania. Just happened last week. The one in the middle on the top is Dr. Sally Smith, who is the child abuse doctor in this case, who falsely accused Beata. The one on the right we all know is Kathy Beatty. And underneath now we've got pink shirt. Look at how and the one in the middle on the bottom is from Alaska. She's another child abuse doctor who took kids away wrongfully. And we all know about Eyeliner Woman over there on the right. But look at how similar they are.
On October 24th.
It's so weird.
Did Mr. Kowalski try to bring in some items to his daughter?
Oh, God.
He did, yes.
And what items did he attempt to bring in?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Come.
What was the question?
Come.
Objection, Your Honor.
He did, yes.
And to his daughter.
He did, yes.
And what items did he attempt to bring in?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Come.
What do they not want her to say that he attempted to bring in? Oh, it's a long sidebar. How long is this going to keep going? Still going. Oh my Lord.
They advised us
Objection.
Protection
Items that could not that you did.
and cheesecake. He wrote.
Now I gotta back up. I went too far. All right, here we go.
Ms. Nias, going back to your October 2014, October 24, 2016 visit at All Children's Hospital, can you please tell me what items Mr. Kowalski brought to that visit?
Maybe he was sneaking in a saw so she could break out.
An iPad, a phone,
a file, and a cake.
Cheesecake, communion, shower gel, deodorant, razors, and shaving cream.
Were there certain items?
Wait, let's hear that again.
Visit.
What are these terrible
Can you
things?
please tell me what items Mr. Kowalski brought to that visit, please?
He brought an iPad, a phone, cheesecake, communion, shower gel, deodorant, razors, and shaving cream.
Were there certain items that you determined could come in during this visit and certain items that could not come in during this visit?
Myself and the child protection investigator reached out to our supervisors, and they advised us.
Objection, hearsay.
There was a file in the cheesecake.
The child protection investigator supervisors advised us what items could be left at the hospital and given to Maya, and what items.
It is
would not
hearsay.
be
Why is
allowed.
she being allowed?
What items were allowed in during this visit?
She was allowed to have the shower gel, the nail polish remover, and the other items were taken, and I personally delivered them to the child protection investigators at their office and turned them over to Dee Dee Cooper, is the person's name.
At any point, did you take a look at Maya Kowalski's refrigerator in her hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
What did you find in Maya Kowalski's refrigerator?
There was chocolate cake and other food items.
Oh,
What
God
did you do
forbid a
with the
child should have
cake and the
chocolate
food
cake.
items in the refrigerator, ma'am?
Seeing as the child protection investigator supervisors advised us that no outside food was allowed, that food was also taken that day.
And hearsay, I move to strike.
Overruled.
And Ms. Nias, can you please tell the jury what items were not allowed in during this first visit? If you could list them off for the jury, please.
She was not allowed the cheesecake, the cell phone, the iPad, and the communion.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No communion?
And I asked you about the refrigerator.
Yes, she said they took her communion.
Where did you take the items from the refrigerator again?
And where did she put
All
the,
of the
the
food
host?
items and everything that I confiscated, I turned them over to the child protection investigators.
And what
at
did they
their
do with the
office.
consecrated host of Christ?
At a certain point, did you come to learn that Maya had given her father
I'm sorry.
some letters
Hold
that
on
she
a
wrote?
moment. I'm about to have a
did you-
Catholic moment. I'm about to have a Catholic moment here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry, but did I just hear that a member of DCF of the government confiscated a consecrated host, communion, and turned it over to the investigative team at DCF? Is there any reason why they shouldn't have turned that over at the very least to the chaplain at the hospital so that he could put it in the tabernacle, perhaps? Are they insane? Are they insane? I know we've had this conversation here before, but the desecration of a host, of a consecrated host, is grounds for immediate excommunication. That's how serious Catholics take it. For the government to take a consecrated host and not turn it over to a priest is outrageous. It's outrageous. Sorry, but as a Catholic, that outrages me. You know, they take all these DEI trainings, right, about cultural competency, but they don't know how offensive it is to take a consecrated host and shuffle it off to a drawer somewhere Really? Really? I think their cultural competency needs a little updating. Wow. I'm not surprised, but I'm outraged.
What'd you do with those letters?
I defaulted to the supervisors on what I was to do with the letters. I made copies of them and took photos of them and advised that they would have to be.
No. Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Linux terms. Catholics got to chill, bro. Well, I mean, you might feel that way, that like we're way too serious about this. But would the government ever treat a Muslim like this, for instance? You know, like would they force a Muslim kid in the hospital to eat bacon? Would they deny a Muslim child the right to put a prayer rug down and pray towards Mecca 5 times a day? I don't think they would. I think their cultural competency, would they ever, for instance, not allow a gay child to have any kind of flags, gay flags and sexual orientation flags that they wanted in the hotel, in the hospital room? Would they allow, they bend over backwards for everybody else except Catholics and Christians, other Christians. They pretend like they don't know what it is we believe, and they don't know why it's important, and it's not important, and they can step on all over us whenever they want, including desecrating a host, which to Catholics is a really big deal. It's a really big deal. Yeah, and Dirk Diggler says, I've been telling you they're demons, not joking. You know, the Satanic Church will steal consecrated hosts. They'll go to mass and like pretend to be Catholics so they can get their hands on a consecrated host, and then they go and desecrate it in a ritual. This feels very similar. It feels very similar to me. And I don't like it. And I don't think I need to calm down about it. I think the government needs to be more sensitive to the needs and the rights of Catholics. That's what I think. And anybody else with a religious affiliation that they're serious about.
Looked over by the supervisors, the child protection supervisors and my supervisors before they could be given to whoever they were addressed to.
Yes, Mrs. O.
Did you have an opportunity to view Maya Kowalski and observe how she was moving around, interacting with her brother and father during this visit on October 24 of 2016?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of predicate.
Overruled. What did you observe in terms of Maya's ability to move around?
I observed Maya to move around freely. She was energetic. She displayed no signs of pain. She wrestled. I would almost describe it as roughhousing with her brother, trying to reach behind his back and roll him over to get a piece to this game that they were playing. They laughed. She twisted around kind of behind her from the hospital bed to the floor to get something out of a bag.
All right, we're going to back this up so I can hear it entirely, but I have to answer Linux. A consecrated host, not concentrated, but consecrated, is a wafer that a priest has blessed, and Catholics believe that once the blessing is done on the host, it becomes the actual body and blood of Christ. It's called transubstantiation, right? I think that's the word. But that's the belief. And so that means that there are very specific rules about how that host is to be consumed. It needs to be consumed right away. If there are leftovers from Mass, it goes in the tabernacle and locked in the tabernacle until the next Mass, where they are then used and handed out. There's very specific rules. You can't drop it on the floor. And if you do drop it on the floor, there's a whole thing that happens. You have to be the priest doesn't spill the crumbs get consumed. It's very, very serious to Catholics. It's very serious. And I know it's not serious to non-Catholics, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be. But their cultural competence training should include how serious a consecrated host is to Catholics. This is basic stuff. This is not difficult. It's not difficult to do. It's not difficult to respect. All right, I'm going to back that up so we can hear the whole question and answer.
To get as rough freely, she was energetic.
To move around. What did you observe in terms of Maya's ability to move around?
I observed Maya to move around freely. She was energetic. She displayed no signs of pain. She wrestled. I would almost describe it as roughhousing with her brother, trying to reach behind his back and roll him over to get a piece to this game that they were playing. They laughed. She twisted around kind of behind her from the hospital bed to the floor to get something out of a bag.
Did you have the opportunity to observe her legs in various positions throughout this visit?
I did. Maya's legs were always in the anatomically correct position, like this.
She's
At a
saying her
certain point,
feet
did
were
you come
not turned in.
to see that there were
Where's
there
the
was
video?
a bottle of holy water and a bottle of holy oil in Maya's room?
I did.
Okay. Did you take the holy water or holy oil away?
I have to read my note.
It is religious persecution by the government and the hospital. It is. I would argue that the hospital is acting as an agent of the government.
I honestly can't.
And the
recall.
hospital should know better
Says that
than
it
to
was in the
violate
room
religious
and Maya
rights.
couldn't tell us where that.
Objection, hearsay, that part.
Sustained.
Based on your observation, was there holy water and holy oil in Maya Kowalski's hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, it was.
What did Maya Kowalski tell you she was using the holy water and holy oil for?
Objection, hearsay.
Submission.
On that one.
You can
She
answer.
said that she would take the water and the oil and she would make the cross on her hands. And sometimes she said that she rubbed it on her arms.
Mm-hmm. That's what we
and
use it
sometimes
for.
on her legs, but it doesn't always make her feel better. I had asked her where it came from, and she was a little uncertain.
It's
First she said
chrism.
It came from
It
Poland,
smells amazing.
and she said her mom gave it to her, and then she said a sister from Venice Church gave it to her, but she was uncertain between the three which one exactly gave it to her.
Did Maya Kowalski describe any of the types of activities that she was participating in at the hospital, All Children's Hospital, as of this first visit?
I believe she stated that she was participating in arts and crafts.
At any point, did you come to learn about her participation in music therapy at All Children's Hospital? It's towards the bottom of your first page of your note.
I would argue that the reason why they took the holy water and the holy oil out of her room is because they couldn't stand to be in the same room with it. Because they started smoking the second they got near it. This is why they got rid of the religious items, because it bothered them, because they have demons, these people. There's something wrong with them. And I think we can see that. We can see the thing that's wrong with them in the collected pictures that I have put together for all of us. What is wrong with these people? Have you ever seen anybody who looks like this? This is spiritually off. So perhaps their major avoidance to all things holy, including holy water and holy oil and communion, is because they can't get near it without feeling uncomfortable. Maybe they start burning inside. I don't know. But that would be my guess, because there's no other righteous explanation for why you would do something like this to a little sick child. Yeah, the power of Christ compels you. Huh. What you know what Maya needed? She needed a string of garlic and some and her holy water and a cross. She starts flinging it at him. This is just, how do we have these overlaps in these cases? Like the Johnny Depp case, he had all these satanic squatters in his house. He needed the same thing. He needed an exorcist. Just saying. Just saying. I'm melting. I'm melting.
Yes, she does. She did tell me that she participated in music therapy with a staff person by the name of Mrs. Kelly.
Did Maya Kowalski give you any description of the type of view that her room had at All Children's Hospital as of this visit?
She was very happy for her ocean view room.
What?
At any point, did you have the opportunity to observe Maya and her father use the bathroom?
Yes, he picked her up out of her wheelchair, carried her to the bathroom, set her on the toilet, and he came back out of the room. He did not assist Maya with undressing, nor did she ask for assistance with undressing. While she was still in the bathroom and she finished, I heard her wash her hands, and she was able to reach the paper towels, which was a little higher up in that bathroom, and she did not ask for any kind of assistance.
Did you ever have the opportunity on October 24th to observe Maya eating food?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Maya seemed like she always ordered grilled cheese. She had grilled cheese, I believe, chocolate cake every time I was there. I have to look at my note here.
Ezra,
Yeah,
I was thinking of that when
she
I
wanted
was
to keep the tray in
saying
her
it.
lap.
I saw the same video. He stood outside on that corner for like 2 days, and by the second day, there was a priest who stood in an abortion clinic in Illinois who stood on the corner of the clinic and reading the prayers of exorcism, just reading them quietly. He wasn't shouting or anything. And after 2 days of it, every single person in that clinic ran. They fled the building. They shut it down. They closed until he went away. And before they did that, they were hanging out of the windows, screeching expletives at him. It's on video. You can see it. It's probably on YouTube somewhere. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
Ate her grilled cheese. She had said again that Dad had brought her chocolate cake prior to one of my visits.
Is she supposed to be reading?
Approximately how long was this first visit?
I think it was a little longer because we ended up being a little late. I think it was just over an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
And after the visit, tell me a little bit about what you and your office did with some of the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes. After this visit, can you tell the jury what you or your office did with respect to the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit?
We were advised by the child protection supervisors and my supervisors to take copies of the letters and photos of the letters, which a staff member at the hospital, I believe, assisted us with making copies. I took possession of all of those items, the food items and the letters, and transported them back to the Safe Children Coalition. And then I transported them along with my supervisor to the child protection investigators building and turned them over to a child protection employee by the name of Dee Dee Cooper.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski crossing her legs in what's known as the crisscross applesauce or Indian style position during this first visit?
Yes, many times. She sat on her feet Indian style, or what is crisscross applesauce?
Yeah, we're not allowed to say Indian style
I'm sorry.
anymore.
Crisscross applesauce position. She did that.
Indian style is
frequently.
very offensive.
From your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was in pain during this first visit?
Maya never displayed any symptoms of pain, not one.
From your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya was being appropriately cared for by the hospital as of this first visit?
Objection, Foundation President. Overruled.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So from your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya was being cared for appropriately at the hospital as of your first visit on October 24th, 2016?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to now draw your attention to your second supervised visit, and this is your October 27, 2016 visit. Let me know when you have
I have
that
it.
note in front of you.
Which one?
The second visit would be of October 27,
You actually did-
2016.
I'm sorry, you gave me two of the same visit.
Samantha.
I have two October 31st, but I do not
Funny.
have the 27th.
Don't have the 27th. Okay. I have it. I can give you my copy if you'd like. I'll disregard the highlighting on it.
The only ones I have up here is the 24th, the 31st, and the 4th.
Sure, here, I'll approach the witness. Your Honor, is it okay?
Yes.
Here's the duplicate.
Oh, sorry about that, I apologize. So, turning now to your October 27th,
Maybe she's allowed to
2016
read because
visit.
she's not an expert.
Am I correct that Kyle was not present for that visit?
I think it's only experts who can't read from their notes, but I think witnesses are allowed to be handed things that they can read off of. I don't know.
That's correct.
That's a question for a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer.
Who was present for this visit?
Mr. Kowalski?
And who else? Well, it's kind of a trick question. It was Jack Kowalski and who was he there to visit?
Oh, Maya Kowalski, sorry.
Right, sorry. Poorly worded question, I apologize.
I'm taking a bathroom break. I'll be back.
What do you recall about Mr. Kowalski bringing items to his daughter on this second visit?
Well, when we met in the lobby, I again read over the visitation guidelines where it was explained again that he wasn't allowed to bring in.
Right, but just did Mr. Kowalski attempt to bring some things in during this second visit?
Yes, he brought several bags with him full of a couple of toys and some items Maya requested, I believe via the hospital, for a Halloween costume because they were going to participate in what the hospital calls as reverse trick-or-treating.
And am I correct that some games were brought in, mascara, lipstick, paint, clothing, and a Harley Quinn Halloween costume were all brought in?
Yes, also an alligator dentist toy and a new Shopkins board game.
Were all of those materials allowed in during this second visit?
All of those items were allowed to be given to Maya.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski engaging physically during this visit on October 27 of 2016?
What do you mean physically?
Paint a picture for the jury about how Maya seemed to you physically while you observed her during this visit.
Maya seemed very playful, happy to see her father. She moved about freely. She never once displayed any signs of pain. She moved around. They kind of played and she danced back and forth, rocking around with her dad.
Was she smiling and laughing?
Yes.
Was she able to move her legs?
Yes.
Was she able to reach her arms up to the sky?
Yes, she did this.
And again, did you ever see her sitting in the Indian style or crisscross applesauce?
Many, many times.
What do you recall about Maya telling you about her visits from various superheroes while she was at All Children's Hospital?
She stated that All Children's Hospital had superheroes come in and visit the kids. I believe she said it was Batman, Batwoman, and what she referred to as the green guy, which we later determined was the Green Hornet.
And like the first visit, on this second visit, did you come into the receipt of some letters that Maya had drafted that she wanted sent to other folks?
I believe it was in this visit. Let me double check, please.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, she had written letters to some people, and I took photos of all of the letters, and there was also a check that had been given to her.
And what did you do with these letters and these checks?
I took photos of them again and turned them over to the child protection investigator supervisors, as I was advised to do by child protection.
Did Maya Kowalski have any complaints of pain during this visit?
Not once.
And like the first.
So if I'm to understand this properly from what I just heard, Maya was having an all-out rave. She's waving her hands around. She was dancing. Does anybody believe this? She was doing the, you know, I don't know. What is the John Travolta? This is something. You think the jury is going to be buying this? I'm sure she was very excited to see her dad since they had kept her away from him for so long. Jesus Christ, help us. Jesus be offense. She was doing the Macarena. Hey, Macarena. Yeah, that's what was happening. Don't clip that. I mean it.
First visit, did you notice that Maya Kowalski's legs and feet were in the anatomically correct position?
Yes, Maya's feet were in the anatomically correct position. She could wiggle her feet around, her toes around.
I'd like to now draw your attention to a third visit that you attended, and this one was on Halloween. That would be October 31 of 2016. Do you recall that visit?
I do.
And you prepared a note after that visit as well?
I did.
Do you have that note up in front of you right now?
I do.
Now, turning to when you went into Maya Kowalski's hospital room, what was she wearing on Halloween of 2016?
To say the least, Maya was very colorful. She was dressed as Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad. I believe her hair was red and blue. She had mascara on. She had a very short shirt with holes in it.
Did she have makeup on?
Quite a bit of makeup. She also had very high-heeled cork shoes, I think is what they're called.
What do you mean by high-heeled cork shoes?
Heels, I am not by far
Neither
a
am
shoe
I.
expert, but they were female shoes made out of what corks are made out of, and they were very high-heeled.
Did you observe Maya having any difficulty with her legs or feet during this visit?
Absolutely not. Maya moved around in the wheelchair using her feet to steer her around the entire time.
Again, were the feet in an anatomically correct position so far as you could observe?
Yes, they were.
How is she medically qualified to know?
At some point during this visit, do you recall Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski talking about Maya's feet and their placement?
Yes, I believe Maya asked her father if he noticed her feet go inward, and he said yes, that he did.
And what did you notice at around this time of the conversation?
That she turned her feet inward, and she never had her feet inward, almost never.
So prior to this conversation between Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, you had never seen Maya's
No.
feet turned inwards? You can answer the question.
I never saw Maya have her feet twisted inward or in any other position other than the anatomically correct position, unless when she was wrestling with her brother.
But she did turn her feet inwards when she had a conversation with her father about that topic.
She did.
Based on your recollection or your note, was Maya able to give her father some things to take home after this visit?
Yes, I believe this is the visit that she had 3 items. She had made a painting with hearts on it, and she stated that that picture was for everyone. I think it was a snowman ornament, and she had a card for her mother that she was allowed or was given to him.
Did Maya seem happy based on your observation during this visit?
Maya seemed happy.
Shame.
Almost all of the time.
Shame.
Did you have an opportunity to observe
Shame.
Maya eat lunch on this day?
Yes, Maya, I believe again,
Shame.
had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches.
Shame.
I'm sure it was chocolate cake. Hang on, I'll find it in my
Shame.
note here.
Thanks for the reminder. I forgot I had those. I should use
Yes,
those
she
more
ordered
often.
2 grilled cheese sandwiches, chocolate cake, no whipped cream, and apple juice and water with ice.
Can you please tell the jury, based on your observation, how Maya was moving about the room during this visit?
Maya moved about the room in her wheelchair. She used her feet well enough that I suppose any of us could use to steer ourselves around in a wheelchair.
Did you ever see her reach and try to grab for various items during this visit on October 31st of 2016 at All Children's Hospital?
I think she reached down from the bed again and was trying to get something out of a bag. And the bed itself it's a hospital bed, so it's a little higher up off the floor. And she was a little girl. I myself thought it was maybe not safe or dangerous for her to be doing that, but it didn't seem to bother her once.
From your vantage point and based on your observations at the hospital, did it seem like Maya was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital as of Halloween of 2016?
110%.
If you had any such concerns, would you have expressed those concerns to your supervisors?
110%.
110%. Hold on. Hold on. Let's hear that again.
Concerns to your supervisors. If you had any such concerns, would you have expressed those concerns to your supervisors?
110%.
110? Just 110?
I'd like to now turn to your final visit, Ms. Nias, which
110? Why 110? What a weird percentage to give. I mean, if you're going to go past 100, wouldn't you just go straight to 1,000? 1,000%. But 110? It's such an odd number. It's such a strange thing to say.
my understanding is that was on November 4 of 2016. Do you have your note from that visit in front of you?
I do.
I think I hear a kid home. I'll be back.
And this was your final visit?
Correct.
When you observed Maya Kowalski on this date, what position were her legs in?
The anatomically correct position. She was also Indian style so many times.
Was she able to hug her father?
Yes.
Did you ever notice any discomfort when she would hug her father?
Absolutely not.
When you came in the room, was Maya working on a project or any schoolwork?
Yes, I think she said was doing maybe science and math. She was doing her homework. The hospital was able to have teachers come in and help Maya.
So during the course of your observations, you came to learn that teachers were regularly coming to visit Maya at Adult Children's Hospital?
Yes, she told me that her and the teachers worked on a computer to do schoolwork.
What about the state of her room? How did it seem on that day?
Maya Kowalski's room that day was organized as much as a person with OCD would organize a room. It was very clean. She pointed out that she organized her shoes. She had them all lined up. Some shoes were farther under a chair that she was somehow able to get under and organize her shoes that way.
When you say she, who was the individual that had organized and cleaned her room?
Maya Kowalski stated she did it.
Do you recall Maya reporting anything about how her Halloween costume landed during the Halloween festivities a few days prior?
She's very proud to announce that her, I can't remember the name of the movie. What is it?
Harley Quinn.
A Harley Quinn costume got the most compliments.
And again, how did Maya physically seem to you based on your observation?
Maya seemed physically fine. She never once appeared to be in pain.
And did you have an opportunity on November 4 of 2016 to observe Maya eat lunch?
I'm sure that I did. Just let me find it in my notes. Yes, she did eat. She again had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. This time the crust was cut off, a cup of strawberries. The hospital brought her a chocolate cake and a cheese stick.
At a certain point in time during this visit, did you observe an interaction between Maya Kowalski and some nurse practitioners?
Yes, I believe 3 nurse practitioners came in the room.
And what did they tell you?
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
What do you recall about your interaction with the nurse practitioners on November 4, 2016?
Objection, still called hearsay. Only needs to transmit. Sustained.
During the course of this visit on November 4, 2016, did Maya say anything about the type of pain medication that she had been receiving at the hospital?
Yes, she was upset that they were only giving her Tylenol, and she specifically asked for morphine. She told us that she wanted morphine.
That she wanted, what was that?
Morphine. I was
Morphine.
shocked. Morphine, yes.
Why were you shocked at that revelation about morphine?
Because this child never once displayed any signs of pain. I have dealt with a lot of people in 23 years and a lot of serious pain, and she never once displayed any kind of pain. but she specifically stated that she wanted morphine.
Now, ma'am, at the time of these visits that we talked about, who were you working for?
The Safe Children Coalition?
You were not working for All Children's Hospital?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever worked for All Children's Hospital?
No, I have not.
And again, I asked this question after one of your visits, but after all 4 of these visits that you observed in October and November of 2016, from your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya Kowalski was being abused or otherwise treated inappropriately by members of the hospital staff?
Objection, foundation, predicate.
Sustained.
Morphine. So we have another one who can't say pain medication right. So we've got oxycodone and morphine. Good Lord. I'm supposed to take her opinion on anything seriously, and she doesn't know how to say morphine. They asked for the morphine. What?
From your vantage point during these 4 visits, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital?
Objection, same thing.
Sustained.
Did you notice any concerns with how Maya Kowalski was being treated at All Children's Hospital during your 4 visits from your vantage point?
Objection, vague. Person's vantage point. No foundation, no predicate.
Sustained.
You had an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski on 4 separate occasions, right?
Correct.
More than 4 hours?
Yes,
At any point, did you have any concerns about how she was being cared for at All Children's Hospital?
absolutely. Maya safe.
Objection, again, foundation, predicate.
She
No.
can answer.
You can answer the question. ma'am.
My safety was always my utmost reason for being there, to make sure that she was being treated well and that she was safe. And my vantage point is she was being treated exceptionally well by that hospital.
Your witness, Mr. Anderson.
Members of the jury, I think this is a good time to take a lunch. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do
All right, let's
investigation
skip
and
past
receive more information.
the lunch
I can
break
have them back ready to go at 1:30.
and come back.
About 30:48.
Particular of it.
What are they going to
System
argue
there.
about now?
I will send it. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Okay, looks like everything is up and we're on. Yes. Ms. Croels.
Judge, I don't have anything
Cruels.
with this, but if we have time to do exhibits, there are a couple we would like to try to put in.
We have about 15 minutes.
Great, so going back to.
Although I do need a clerk.
We do need a clerk. Just remember this. We're gonna be looking at the list from yesterday that we never got to, Judge.
Syllable placement matters.
From October 16th.
Thank you, AP. Syllable placement matters.
Sure, I got that one. That you can go on that.
Yeah, I'll just tell you. Just let me know when you're ready.
Ashley, we could, but then we would be accused of having Munchausen. If we started a GoFundMe to get this woman some proper undergarments, we would be accused of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. So we can't. Sorry. But she does need proper undergarments because, holy heck, lady, pull those suckers up. It's a very bad look.
We would like to put,
Which we all face. We all have this problem. Eventually, they're going to head towards the floor, but you know they make undergarments for that.
in exhibit 3047. It's the Tampa General Hospital, July 30th, 2015 admission. The objection was that we didn't specify which pages. We're putting in the whole, it's a medical record of her admission to Tampa General for that month, and we're putting in the whole record.
So 1,448 pages.
Correct.
The TGA record, we asked them for page numbers because some of it is admissible, but most of it is based on, not most of it. There are significant portions that have hearsay within hearsay with no exception. Further, they have quote, they're not even diagnoses. There's a lot of speculation contained therein by people who have absolutely no background training and experience in trying to state whether or not it was a particular diagnosis, conversion, Munchausen, CRPS. None of them would ever pass Daubert. None of them would be allowed as experts or even as treating physicians opining on that in this case. And so our problem with them is that they've got to be excised of the hearsay within hearsay without exception, and they need to be excised of any, quote, opinions by people that don't know enough to make that opinion. That's why I asked for the page numbers.
Well, okay. You want to put in the whole record. It's the hospital admission for the month she was in Tampa General that has been talked about significantly with this jury. We're going to be reading depositions and are playing depositions of doctors from the Tampa General Hospital record. But I mean, it's her admission, just like the Johns Hopkins, thousands of pages came in. It's the record of her admission to this hospital. I don't know how to designate specific pages. The record's coming in. It's a medical record.
From my perspective, it seems like the jury is already aware that at Tampa General Hospital, there was some attempted diagnoses that are unfavorable for the plaintiff. I think they already know that. I don't see the problem in just putting in the medical records. I mean, is there something specific you want me to look at, or?
There's quite a bit, but A, I didn't know we were going to do this today. B, I asked him to narrow it down so we could talk a little bit about what these specific areas that I wanted to go through that I was concerned about. I think we gave them some of them, but again, I wasn't involved in that.
We have a list prepared of the hearsay within the medical records. However, we weren't on notice that we were discussing this exhibit at this point. So
Well, Judge, it was
we were
like-
prepared to do it yesterday, but our paralegal with that list has just departed for the day. So we're trying to get hold of the list so we can discuss it in a more informed fashion.
Well, then this is going to go well, Judge. The other exhibit we want to put in is the Lori Children's Hospital record, 3032, which is only 249 pages.
It's not Lori, it's Lori.
But again, it's the admission to the Lori
Lori,
Children's Hospital.
L-U-R-I-E.
2011 to 2015.
Lori.
That are clearly relevant. They're medical records, and we'd like to put them in.
The same objection, Judge. Yes, a lot of them are statements for the purposes of medical analysis. That's an exception to hearsay. But there's also a tremendous amount in there of just back and forth of people that are not talking about, particularly any of Maya's statement about medical treatment. And again, there was a ton of just sort of thrown out opinion in there, including from nurses and physical therapists and people that have no background training or experience and would never be allowed in the court of law to form a diagnosis on any of that.
Well, the reality is, I mean, I'm not offended by the concept of putting in medical records.
Okay.
And so what I'll do is I'll give you the opportunity to get your paralegal to have a specific discussion. If you can point to specific pages that you're talking about,
Sure.
I'll look at that. But as a general rule, medical records, I have no problem with them coming in.
And we stipulated to an awful lot of them, Judge.
Not these, because they're on our list.
Well,
They're on the.
I will say that the continuation of whether things are stipulated or not is continuing.
Okay. How about 3048, the Venice
Let me get
Regional
back to
Medical
the
Center
witness.
What's the
This
date?
is Dr.
What's the date of admission?
I'm sorry, I don't have that from you.
Is this Dr. Mendez or Melendez?
Venice Regional Medical Center.
Is this Dr. Melendez?
You're asking me a question.
Atomic Ray has a question on Rumble that I want to answer. It's an important question. Atomic Ray says, from my perception, the problem of family court is lies are the truth. Why cannot perjury be penalized, at least for the cost to the taxpayer by family court? Because that's how the system works. It works through perjury. That's how it profits. The system of family court profits off perjury. if the family court wasn't allowed to put perjuring CPS witnesses on, they'd lose a shit ton of money. They're getting a ton of money. Do you know what court-appointed therapists and court-appointed psychologists and court-appointed everything? These people are rolling in the dough. This is a multi-billion-dollar business. Some of the lawyers are in on it. Not all of the lawyers, but some of the lawyers are turning around and donating some of that money to the judges' campaigns, the friendly judges, and so are the court-appointed doctors. Yeah, cha-ching, cha-ching. They're all making money on perjury. They're not going to prosecute perjury. Don't make me laugh.
Okay. We'll skip that one.
Let's speed this up. It's too slow. You're too slow.
How about 3035, Moore's Children's Hospital records?
Is all of this having to do with the same paragraph who's not here?
How many pages is in the board record?
253.
Yes, John.
That's a lot of pages.
Part of it's in a couple pages of it that were relevant material we discussed.
Oh, yes, yeah. We'll skip that. How about Dr. Mendez records, 3031?
So we're still on everything from yesterday.
Yes, these are all medical records. We're going to play depositions, Judge, today of medical doctors. One's from Tampa General, one's for, I mean, I don't think they're critical that they go in before we play the deposition being shown. Yeah, but we'd like to get them in.
All right, I guess
We're not going to get any of that accomplished right now.
Okay, Menendez is a whole category unto itself, and we would object to portions of his deposition. I have objected, although the court may well have overruled this for all we know, because I haven't checked the specific point. But our concern here is that this is an allergist who, after meeting with Beata Kowalski for approximately 45 minutes, comes up out of the blue with this must be Munchausen by proxy. Even though he can't diagnose, has no idea about CRPS, has no history, has no basis whatsoever, he just throws this out there. And that's the kind of thing that 403 was meant for these kind of circumstances where someone with no qualifications and no background training experience, no foundation and no predicate in terms of investigating this, just starts throwing out a diagnosis in an area that he clearly has no clue about. So we object to his testimony coming in on that. He's a walking down bear challenge.
Judge, it's a treating doctor.
Okay. That doesn't. At some point, the defense is allowed to defend themselves.
Why?
What? Why? They shouldn't be allowed to.
I know that was said tongue in cheek.
They're terrible.
But the reality is, if he was a treating physician and has observations of Maya or the mom,
Yeah, just discredit him on the stand.
if you
Fine.
feel he was inappropriate with his diagnosis, I am confident you are going to excel with your cross-examination.
Me too. Me too. You just discredit that asshole on the stand, because if he really is just an allergist, you'll destroy him with, what are your qualifications for diagnosing Munchausen syndrome by proxy? None. Oh, you don't have any. What do you know about Munchausen? When have you ever been, or do you have a degree in psychology or psychiatry? I mean, it's going to be easy to make him look like a total asshole.
Thank you,
Judge. At the end of the day, I still have to let the jury hear all the information. So, is there anything else with respect to Dr. Menendez other than you disagree with his diagnoses?
No, I don't think there's a whole lot of hearsay within hearsay on that one. I think it's mostly for versus medical diagnosis. That's not a problem.
It doesn't sound like there's anything else with Dr. Menendez. Now, what about his records? Is this something that you need your paralegal for, or are those records able to come in?
I'm hesitant to allow them to come in at this point.
Wait. If it's a video deposition, how the hell is he supposed to cross him? I guess put his cross from his deposition in as evidence? I don't know.
I don't know that it's going to make much difference to counsel, because the court's going to allow apparently, obviously the court has reviewed and ruled on the deposition. So I don't know that they need those in order to play it. We probably would prefer to take one more look at it, since again, it is fairly voluminous. And our big complaint is the same thing about random. I don't even know if we call it diagnosis. It's not really even a diagnosis.
That sounds like cross-examination.
Go ahead.
Cross-examination.
Judge, we do have one issue about a deposition that's being played today. Maybe we should move to that.
Okay.
I'll be brief, Your Honor. We have two depositions we're going to play to try to fill the rest of today. After this one, there's only one we'd like reconsideration of the court's ruling, and if I could approach.
Okay. Who are we talking about?
Dr. Behar Posey, she's videotaped her deposition as she unfortunately passed away. It's one section from page 30 to 42.
This is a second one of their witnesses who died?
Allegations of child abuse.
Jeez.
4 pages for one.
Do you mind if I direct you to, well, you can take my copy.
I feel like if your witness died, you shouldn't be able to drag him into court posthumously. They've already had one dead witness. Now we have another one?
He doesn't like Denise.
My vanity gets me to not wear.
Can we put it up on the
reading
screen?
glasses.
Yeah, we know you have a vanity problem. That hair island is the last vestiges of your vanity. Get rid of it. You'll look so much better. Shave it off, Judge Carroll.
Just grants me, my arms are long enough so I can be able to see.
Sorry.
I got my go-go gadget arms going on here.
It's, it's the next page.
You got a copy we can see.
You can have my copy.
You said pages 38 to 42.
38 to 42.
So starting on page 38.
Page 38, line 15 through 42, line 6. We did object to this. It was overruled. We'd like to reconsider.
And so I allow this in.
You did allow it in, and you'll see that all these questions are about the harms of false reporting.
If the court allowed it in.
Can I read it first real quick?
Yes, yes, sir.
As long as they're still voting, it doesn't matter if they're dead. That was our motto in Illinois.
Remind me,
Yeah.
Dr. Beharposi's role.
She was the emergency physician in the ED on October 7th. Objection.
Skipping
Rulings
forward.
from that deposition. Do you happen to have my rulings from that deposition?
I do, Your Honor.
So I can kind of see where I was.
Yes, you want me to have them, you want the DIN?
Well, yeah, that I can pull it up that way.
For the DIN. This one.
All right, they're looking for stuff.
Through 21 on page 35. I don't see, it looks like there was only an objection to lines 18 through 21 on page 35. I don't see there was any objection made for the other pages. Well, actually at 40, this line, page 40 there was. I take that by 40 at 17.
Make the objection on the predicate questions in advance. We would like the court to consider that objection.
Okay, well, it looks like you didn't designate objections to page 38, 39 at all. So it looks like you started it at page 40, line 17. So
We would respectfully request the court to rule on an objection that we're now making, understanding that we are making it for the first time now on those predicate pages, Your Honor.
Your Honor, where did the objection that they made at page 40, line 17?
their first objection in the area they're talking about right now is on page 40, line 17.
And that continues through how far did they?
Page 42, line 7, which is where Mr. Shapiro.
Well, by the defense's questioning of our witnesses, including the dissolution of marriages and an issue of the fact that at one point Jack and Beata filed for, made moves towards separation. Further down, it talks about damage to the child's psychological health from these issues. That is clearly relevant here since we have several witnesses discussing the trauma and PTSD. We, as far as
I rephrased the question there, and the second question is not objectionable at all. It looks like. How many cases? That's not to the form. Or that, if that is to the form.
All right, let's just skip ahead to the ruling. I can't
Well,
take this in.
is whether, I've already found as a matter of law that there was reasonable cause to make the abuse hotline. So the hospital's immune.
understood.
I disagreed with the case law that I had to apply, but I don't get the choice to avoid case law.
I understand that.
Oh,
now.
that's interesting. He disagreed with the case law that he had to use. That doesn't happen very often. Normally, when judges disagree with case law, they just do what they want. So that's a very interesting tell about Judge Carroll. He applies the law as it is, regardless of how he feels about it, which is what he's supposed to do. But I like that he disagrees with that case law, because so do I. It's bullshit. Chapter 39, whatever, all the immunity garbage.
Now, I'd just like to point out that Dr. Bahar Posey is unique because she treated Maya Kowalski in the emergency room before there was any report of child abuse.
Right.
So her opinions about a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, given her extensive background with these issues, is relevant. That she didn't see anything of concern is relevant, regardless of reporting. Her credentials, her background, it's very important that she didn't see anything of concern in what she observed in the emergency room. She handed over the patient, and then other doctors, less informed, did what they did.
And we have a medical malpractice account in there about diagnosis.
Yes.
Oh, but
It's relevant. It's relevant.
are you suggesting that on the date in the emergency room, this doctor was supposed to have understood everything there is about CRPS and be able to synthesize that? And then where do these questions go about her, I guess, tenure as a medical director in Hillsborough County? What does that have to do with medical malpractice?
Well, Judge, in this instance, it's more about the decision to change a diagnosis that had been accepted by Johns Hopkins for at least the prior 6 months and arguably more in one evening. And we believe that her testimony as to the analysis process and what needs to go into it is relevant material.
I think just like I did yesterday for you, and I said I probably need to reconsider. I think I'm going to reconsider this, and I'll exclude. Now, I was never provided 38 through 40, so that looks to be some in substance of 40 line 17 through 42 line 7. So why don't we cut 38 line 15 through 42 line 6?
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes. Because it doesn't go to an issue in this case.
Thank you. We'll have that edited and ready to play. Do you have that clip?
So is our witness ready to go?
I just went to look, she's in the hallway.
Okay, can we go grab her and let's put her on the witness stand? Let's grab the jury and.
So if I understand
Great.
that correctly, the judge ruled with the defense on that one. Is that correct? Is that what happened? Because he's saying, just like I did yesterday when I reconsidered, and I think that was in favor of the plaintiff. I don't know, maybe I heard that wrong, but I think that's what happened. I think her testimony's out, the ER doctor.
Bring in the jury.
All right, time for cross, I think, of pink shirt. Here we go.
While you were away, you did not discuss you about this case. Did anyone?
Why does he always seem like he's flirting with the jury? Does anyone notice this? Look at how different he talks to the jury than he does to the lawyers. He never smiles at the lawyers, hardly ever. And when the jury walks in, he acts like he just saw a girl he wants to take to dinner.
No information. Is that all correct?
Look
And
at
did
him.
anyone approach you about this case?
Look at him with his eyebrows. Look, what is he doing?
Did anyone see any media snippets about this case? Okay.
What he appears to be in love with the jury, and I don't know if it's because they give him his only source of levity for the day, but his demeanor changes totally with the jury.
We're going to get the witness. Is that correct? Yep. The deputy went. Yeah.
Look how happy he gets when they come in the room.
Maybe she went to the restroom.
Jury. It's funny. Oh, here she comes. It's kind of
Welcome back.
strange.
That's you.
Thank you.
How was your lunch?
It was very short.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, sorry to hear that.
It wasn't very long.
At least I got about 4 bites today. So I want to confirm you understand you are still under oath.
I understand completely.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may begin your cross-examination.
May it please the court. Ms. Nyhouse, on direct examination, you testified that you never saw Maya in pain. Is that right?
That's correct. And it's
And you also
it's Nias.
testified, if I remember correctly, that you put everything down.
It's Nias.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Nias.
Thank you.
You put everything down of significance in your notes. Is that right?
I put down everything that I witnessed and saw.
And you had, in fact, previously testified that somebody saying that they were in pain is a sign that they're in pain. Have you not?
Say that again?
You have said previously that someone saying they're in pain, that they are in pain, is a sign that they are in pain. Right?
I don't believe I said it like that, no.
Well, remember your deposition of November 18th, 2020? You're sworn to tell the truth. You remember that?
Vaguely.
I love it when lawyers do this. So Sean McMillan does this to the CPS people that he deposes. He will often say, when he knows they're lying, he will say, "You remember that you took an oath when you came in here, right? To tell the truth. Do you know what it means to tell the truth?" And he will make them define what is the truth. I love that look over his glasses. Can we see that again?
I ask you. You remember that?
Vaguely.
All right.
Vaguely? You vaguely remember that you
Vaguely.
swore to tell the truth? Really?
November 18th, 2020. You're sworn to tell the truth. You remember that?
Vaguely.
Sir.
All right. And I ask you a series of questions about how much you knew about rating pain. You recall
Did you
that?
say rating pain? Yes.
Page and line, please.
Sure. Page 130, beginning at line 9.
She vaguely remembers that she swore an oath to
I
tell
can
the
check with her
truth.
if she wants.
We know. We know. Your memories are all very bad when it comes to truth telling.
Yeah, Roach.
You may.
Could ma'am read from yourself line
Could you read from
9
yourself?
there,
Please read back to me your words.
down to 8, the next page.
Let's hear it. What'd you say?
Says, line number 9, says, question, are you telling the jury that your ability to ask somebody?
Yourself.
Oh, sorry. I never stated that I was an expert.
If you look 3 questions before that, I believe you said you had training.
I do. I've been trained, yes, as an
And?
EMTI.
And when asked about that training and what it was that let you know if someone was in pain by that training, you said by asking them, right?
That's one way to ask somebody if they're in pain or to find out, yes.
Right. And their response then, according to you, would be relevant as to whether or not they're in pain. True?
That could be true.
Might.
Do what?
You can move it around a
Okay.
little bit, so.
Is this better?
Yes.
Now, if I may, I'd like to, if I may approach you, Honor.
I think she already has a copy of the deposition.
No, this is the deposition, excuse me, Your Honor. This is the Safe Children Coalition Visit Observation Form from October 24th, 2016. Am I?
Does she still have a copy?
No.
You have a copy of that?
Here, Greg.
He's got one here.
We've got 4 copies.
Laura Biddle says, I want to meet a guy who looks at
Yeah,
me
I'm saying all 4,
like the
Greg.
judge looks at that jury.
Okay.
Find somebody
Go ahead.
who loves you like
Thank
Judge
you.
Carroll loves that jury.
And Mr. Whitney approach. A little later. All right. So, ma'am, if you would turn to, I think it's the 3rd page in, and tell me then whether Maya told you on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions that she was in pain.
Where exactly?
All right. Well, if you look at the bottom of the first paragraph here, not the
my God.
half one on the top, the last 3 lines on the top paragraph. Kowalski asked Maya how she was feeling.
You said the third page, correct?
Now she's gonna play.
Oh, I know.
Now she's gonna play. I can't find the page.
Not read from it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient the witness.
If you need to, you can approach her and point it out.
All right.
This is the third page.
Why isn't her deposition in evidence? Wouldn't it be easier to just read from this? Aren't all depositions in evidence? What the heck?
Mr. Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good. And I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated it all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her wheelchair and placed.
Everything into number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning word there.
On the list for the next visit.
Yes. You say.
Maya pointed to her right forearm, stating her old ID site hurts bad.
Down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
Oh my
Maya
God,
stated
what
that
was that
she
face?
attended physical therapy.
What
Hurts
the
bad.
hell?
Down the bottom here,
What?
last 3 lines.
Oh my God! Look at the face. What just happened? Is the demon trying to get out? What is this? Oh my Lord! Are you seeing this? I'm going to slow this down. Let's slow this down because this is some seriously weird shit. What is this weird facial
Last
flash?
3 lines.
Oh my
Last 3
God.
lines.
Gollum just
Last
appeared.
3 lines.
What? What am I? Is this the moment the chat was trying to tell me that she went to hell and came back? Like, what is happening here? What is happening? Why would a person make this face? She has poor vision, but the demon needs out. What in the actual hell am I looking at? Oh my God. All right, let's watch that at normal speed again.
Bad.
Down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
That
Maya stated that she
is
attended
bizarre.
physical therapy.
We'll object to the extent we're having a witness read something that's not evidence.
Let's reviewing your notes, refresh what you saw and heard.
Yes,
How can I warn you? How can I warn you? I didn't know it was coming. I didn't know it was coming, but I mean, it flashed across her face as clear as day. It's what I thought I was telling a joke before when I said these people needed an exorcism, and now it appears to be a reality. I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to have to get my rosary for the rest of this. Where did my rosary go? Where's my rosary? Oh, Jesus, the offense. Where's my rosary? Where is it? I always have one on my desk. Oh my God, the devil has hidden my rosary. I'm gonna have to look around because I'm starting to feel very uncomfortable.
Number 3. Does it refresh your recollection that Maya stated the parallel bars hurt too much?
Same objection.
Just let's finish this. Go ahead and answer the question.
That's what she said, physical therapy, yes.
Top of the next page, second and third line down.
Hey, if she was really just squinting to see, who the hell squints like this? Who does that when they're squinting to see? Here's what squinting looks like. It doesn't look like whatever the hell that was.
What did you want me to read?
Well, just read to yourself, if I may, Your Honor.
Why don't you just point it out to her so she can read it
No, I see it. What do you want me to read?
To yourself.
Again, we'll object to having the witness read.
And what I want you to do is, you can read your note. If it refreshes your recollection of what you saw and heard, and then answer his questions, hopefully without reading your note.
Okay, what is your question now?
Thank you, Only
Would
Sass.
you agree with me now that at least 4 instances in your report, Maya Kowalski stated either she was in pain or that she was hurt or hurting?
She stated that the physical therapy to help her was hurting her, yes. And she stated that she sometimes sleeps and wakes up with pain.
And more than that?
And then what?
And more than that?
What do you mean and more than that?
An old IV site
Oh, the old IV site that she got in Mexico.
really hurt?
She didn't say really. She said that it hurt.
That's not an IV site, ma'am. And then,
That's exactly what she
then
said.
on the bottom there, what is it? Just refresh your recollection as to what Maya stated about whether or not she's hurting.
In the last paragraph?
No, ma'am. The bottom of. Right here.
You could go and
Show her again.
Where the heck did it go?
You're on a different page. Didn't I just read this?
overruled. You can finish.
This is the same thing I just read.
Does this indicate, again, that Maya said she's not doing good, that she was hurt?
This is all about refreshing our recollection.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, this is what I just said that she said.
So Maya did state she was in pain.
She did. However, she didn't display any signs of pain. Not once. She
But you
played
just-
like a normal little girl.
You said someone telling you they're in pain is a sign of pain, you ass.
But if telling you you're in pain is a sign of pain, she gave you 4 different signs she was in pain. Did she not?
She stated 4 different times that she was in pain. Physical therapy that the hospital gave her to help her. She stated that she was in pain from an old IV site that she got while she was in Mexico. She stated that she woke
Right,
up
I
in
found some
pain,
prayer
and
cards.
she stated,
These will have to do.
I can't remember what the first
Let's
one
see
was.
if I can
that
find
she
a good
hurt.
one.
However, just somebody saying that and not showing you any signs or other symptoms that she's in pain is not an actual portrayal in my EMT profession to be the whole picture of pain.
Ma'am, all I ask you is whether 4 times Maya expressed that she was in pain in your report of October 24th.
I said yes. I read them to you.
Let's look then at your next one. We might, your October 27th report. May I approach you, Mark?
You may.
On the second page,
Ah, the Sacred Heart of Christ. Here it is.
this paragraph.
I think we need to put the Sacred Heart of Christ on the stream.
May
May the power of Christ compel you.
That Maya said she was in pain all over.
Maya did say that, yes.
Let's look again at the next page. Bottom paragraph here.
I documented that the RN nurse,
Let me ask a question, ma'am. Does that refresh your recollection that Maya mentioned that she was in pain when you first arrived?
say that again?
Does this
Thank you.
refresh your recollection
Pray for
that
us,
Maya
Gabriel.
told you when you came in that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Maya did not mention any pain throughout the visit, except for when we first arrived.
Right. And somebody came in to give her tramadol. Do you know what tramadol is, ma'am?
I do.
That's a pain medication, right?
Correct.
And during the course of this,
Oh, I did
did you
say
have
Gabriel. I meant
Charlotte
Michael.
Laporte, sorry, with you?
At this visit,
Yes.
I do not believe Charlotte was with me during this visit.
All right. So during the November visit, was she with you? If you recall?
November 4th?
Yes.
Yes, Charlotte was with me.
And was she trained also to take down observations of pain?
I can't speak to what the case manager has been trained for.
Have you reviewed any of her notes to see whether she, at the same time you said she was not in pain, she found she was in pain?
I do not believe that I read Charlotte's notes, no.
You also said that you believed that Maya's feet never turned in. Is that right?
I didn't say never.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
Well, did you not
yes,
say
you
on two or
did.
three occasions?
Yes, you did.
When you came there, Maya's feet were flat on the floor. She did not have her feet turned in, things of that nature on direct examination?
I stated that Maya's feet were in the correct anatomically position, except for the time that she said to her father about her feet, and she turned them inward.
And you recall at that point, there was a little discussion about taking photographs. You took one.
I'm required to.
And Jack Kowalski took two. Is that right?
No, I took the photos for Mr. Kowalski.
Uh-huh. The one you took did not show her feet, did it?
I'm not required to take a picture of her feet. I was required to take a picture of her.
All right. The ones that Mr. Kowalski took, or you took with Mr. Kowalski's camera, did show her feet. Her in the Harlequin outfit showing her feet.
I don't recall the photo. I know that I took two photos.
We show they're in evidence, Your Honor. First, 2571-004.
If it's in evidence, yes.
Our Lady of Guadalupe. This is a good one too. Our Lady does not stand for this kind of demonic activity.
Do you see her feet turning inward
poor
there?
Thing.
I see her feet not straight.
We show the next one. I forgot.
Oh my
It's in
God.
evidence, though.
Oh my God.
Do you see her feet?
Yes.
These
Do they appear to be turned in?
These ignorant people.
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around to steer herself around that room.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what dystonia is, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you know that's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and lock there?
I've heard of that, yes.
That's exactly what Maya had on that day, isn't it?
No, Maya was moving around the room freely with her feet steering herself around the room.
My question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia?
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
Right? Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Yeah,
I believe she's displaying
Dystonia is
herself around the room.
Didn't this bitch just tell us that Maya was wearing high heels? Didn't she just tell us she was wearing? And the way she said it, I was like, that seems odd. Why would they have her in high heels? Can we look at the shoes, please? Those are sandals. There are no heels on those sandals. There is a sole that appears to be about this big, and that's not even considered a platform. She said high heels. Oh, this person is a damn liar. A damn liar. Those are perfectly appropriate little sandals for a little girl. I was thinking to myself, how did she squeeze her feet into, those painful feet of hers into high heels? And look it, they're sandals. You lying liar.
know that's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and
Her feet steering herself around the room.
my question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia.
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Are you a psychologist?
I am not.
Are you a pain management specialist?
I am not.
Are you board
This is just your
certified?
opinion on what is dystonia and what's not dystonia. Is that right?
This is my opinion on how she was moving around the room freely using her feet to
I'm
steal a
simply asking you
wheelchair.
whether or not it was, whether or not the pictures reveal here that she had dystonia at the time you said she didn't.
I can't testify to whether she has dystonia or not. I'm not a doctor. I'm testifying to the fact that she moved her feet around freely.
How come she could testify that her feet were in an anatomically correct position then? Because clearly she doesn't know shit from Shinola if she thinks that that's an anatomically correct position. Why was she qualified to say that?
Ma'am, do you think that CRPS involves paralysis?
That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about.
Wait, the chat. She was moving freely around the room. Yeah, because she was trying to escape the evil and wicked snares of the devil. That was excellent.
CRPS. That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about CRPS.
So why are you spending all the time mentioning whether she can move herself around with her hands and feet in her wheelchair?
Because I was trained to document as a police officer, to record every single detail and observe and report and monitor her safety. And that's what I did.
Yeah, you did, and you asked a number of questions throughout each one of these, right?
I did ask questions, yes.
This was Jack Kowalski's time with his daughter, was it not?
Correct.
And you asked enough questions to take up 3.5 to 4 pages, is that right?
Oh, no.
That's not accurate at all.
Asshole.
Well, where else would you get the information, man?
I did not spend 3 or 4 pages during each visit asking questions. I sat there for the most part quietly and took notes.
Did Jack Kowalski not ask you on more than one occasion for extra time because they had to respond to so many of your questions?
Jack Kowalski never said that he wanted more time because he had to respond to so many of my questions.
Did he
asked
ask you
for
for more
more
time?
visits with his child.
Did he ask you for more time?
He asked for more visits with his child.
And you also said that Maya was happy through the entire time. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention on several occasions she was crying?
Maya never had tears. She whined when her dad was leaving.
Maya made crying sounds at the end of the visit.
And no tears were seen.
You could tell whether or not she had tears.
Yes.
Right. Isn't it true, ma'am, that throughout this, Maya was complaining that she was not happy? In fact, she was not able to sleep.
Maya brought up not being able to sleep once, and she said she wakes up sometimes.
And she said, not happy.
Correct. She did state she's not happy.
So which is it? Is she happy or not happy?
Can you show me exactly where I wrote she's not happy so I can put it in the correct context, please?
And while I'm finding this, didn't she tell you on more than one occasion the hospital staff don't care or doesn't care?
I don't recall.
Again, take a look at your visit of 11/4/2016 at the very middle of the page under where it says mermaid picture. Second page.
I see it.
Does Maya express to you that the hospital staff doesn't care?
I see it, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection of Maya stating that she believed the hospital staff doesn't care about her?
Maya stated that, yes.
Your view was that the staff did care.
Absolutely, the staff cared.
How many of the staff? Well, I don't see here any interviews of the staff. Did you interview all the staff?
When you refer to staff, who exactly?
I don't know. The social workers and the nurses around.
I spoke with the social workers. I also spoke with the three, I don't know if they were RNs that came in the room. Yes.
And where is that documented what they said?
Give me a moment.
Oh boy. What was that? What was
Give me a
that?
moment.
Documented what they said.
It was a little tantrum.
Give me a moment.
What
See
they said.
that look on her face?
Give me a moment.
That documented what they said.
Give me a moment.
I'm gonna slow that down a little bit.
A moment. All right, the third page.
Oops, I missed it.
Give me a moment.
There it is. She gave a big eye roll there. I don't know if you caught that or not, but that's what happened. And her entire body was. She's not enjoying this process. And this is what Jack Kowalski and Maya have been waiting for, and Kyle.
Give me a moment. All right, the third page, November 4th at the top of the page.
Sorry. Where were you saying?
The third page, November 4th, 2016, at the top of the page, it starts, 3 nurse practitioners came in.
Okay.
She said
Where's the interview where you ask any one of them all about how Maya's doing?
they stated that Maya is a completely different person,
I'm
that
not
she's
asking you
doing
that.
well.
I'm simply asking you where it is that you put down the substance of an interview.
I didn't interview them. They were speaking,
Ooh.
to everybody in the room, on how well she's doing. She's
Good Lord. This woman needs to work on her delivery because that was hostile.
speaking.
Listen.
I didn't interview them.
Ooh, did you get that? That them? I didn't interview them. Ooh. This woman is. There is, like I told you, there's some serious anger under all of these women. And this is coming out in her. I would hate to see. Now, he never pushed these other women. We didn't get to see him push the other women involved in this to the point of breaking. You know, like, but they all have that anger in their face that's hidden under there. All of them. And there's some serious temper tantrums that could come out if pushed properly. You just keep pushing this one hard, Anderson. She's gonna blow.
They were speaking to everybody in the room on how well she's doing. She's a completely different person.
And I believe you just testified that Maya never had tears in her eyes, right?
Correct. Maya did not have tears in her eyes.
Take a look at November 4th, 2016, and go down to the right above the center of the page.
Unholy Brady Bunch.
Refresh your recollection for me to show you.
We need 3 more for it to be a Brady Bunch. Or more than that, don't we? Because there's we need 9 of them. I bet we can find 9.
Where you have it highlighted? I see it, yes.
Did you in fact put in your report that Maya had tears in her eyes? Yes or no?
I don't see that, no.
You don't see the line?
That you just showed me, no. It says Maya wanted to go home. Father said she's getting stronger.
That's not it.
So you were just showing me.
Oh.
I did write that she had tears in her eyes.
So that's
I did not
what,
recall
three
that.
times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct?
Ooh, ouch. Ooh, ooh.
And it wasn't correct?
Oh.
So that's
I did not
what,
recall
three
that.
times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct?
Objection argument.
Wait, did I miss another snarl? You guys are saying, did I see that snarl? What did I miss? When? When? Did I miss one? Oh no, this one's not going to cry. She's more likely to jump out of her chair and try to strangle somebody. She's not going to cry. Yeah, be careful, Anderson. Call a priest before approaching. Don't approach without garlic and a cross and a crucifix. Oh, I'm trying to catch up with your comments. I got to go over to Rumble and check on them.
Haven't you said 3 times different? Strike it. Did you not tell the jury that Maya never said she was in pain, never was in pain, and in fact put in the report on multiple occasions that she was stating she was in pain?
Why would that be sustained? She did say those things.
I stated that Maya did not.
No, it's all right. All right. Again, did you review Charlotte Laporte's report of November 4th when she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing.
He just laughed at the rhyme that he made. Did you call Charlotte? Did you see Charlotte Laporte's report? That was like a dad joke to laugh at.
Her report at all.
When she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing her report at all.
Well, is there anywhere in your report on
Permission to treat the witness as possessed, Your Honor.
November 4th, your report, where you document that Maya said that she had been dropped on a couple of occasions and it hurt her?
I recall that conversation. I don't know if it was on the 4th.
Okay. And that she was not happy and not able to sleep because she was in pain. Did you document that?
All in the same sentence? Because I don't think it was the same sentence, but I recall those, yes.
And finally, I think you put into your report that there was a video camera over Maya's room.
I did. When I entered the room, I observed the camera.
Mm-hmm. And so you've made a lot of allegations here about Maya's ability to move around. Did you ever ask for any video from that camera?
I believe I asked.
Why is that argumentative?
You
Shut
said
up.
answer? I believe I asked one of the staff members at All Children's if the video had been, or if the camera had been monitoring the room. And I believe they stated that it was, but they were going to move her because she didn't require the need, or she didn't need to be videoed any longer.
Well, why would they not? Didn't the nurse confirm to you that the camera was in fact recording video and sound in the room?
Overruled. You can answer.
I said yes.
Where's the video? Did you ask for it?
I believe I informed the supervisors at Child Protection that the room was being video recorded and that they could possibly ask for those videos. Yes.
Well, this is October 24th. This wasn't as to the 48 hours when Maya was in a room. You understand that?
Oh, I didn't do anything. What happened? What happened?
Very smart little girl.
Oh no!
And I don't know
Oh my
if she had
God.
seen it.
Oh my God. the feed refreshed, and now we're past it, and she was just about to jump at him.
When Maya was in her room. You understand that?
Oh, good.
Say that again?
Don't worry about it.
I didn't do
Did
it.
you-
I didn't do it. The feed refreshes sometimes. The live stream must have ended. What time is it? It might have ended. And so then it goes
You
back.
ever get back from Johns Hopkins through any means, any video that confirms the things you're saying here?
I did not observe any video.
And in terms of where you got your information for all of these things, it's safe to say that you weren't living at the hospital through this period of time, correct?
I don't understand the first part of your question.
You were there for about anywhere from, counted it up, 7 to 7.5 hours on 4 occasions over the course of 2 weeks. True?
Correct.
The rest of the time, you have no idea what was going on, do you?
I was not at the hospital other than those 4 times.
And in those 4 times, you gathered information from the hospital, did you not?
Yes.
Your witness.
No questions at this time.
All right, here we go.
The jury,
Jury questions. Here it comes. You know they're going to have some.
do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, do not do the investigation and receive her observations, or are we talking about, I don't know.
Do we want to listen to them, or do we just want to hear the questions that get through? I feel like we should just go straight to the questions that get through.
If the question was asking her supervision or the
Oh,
observations
look at
that
how
were
long.
being made by the video.
I'm
record-
not sitting through that. I'm just going to wait for, I'm just going to hear what they asked her.
One, I want to hear your answer to before I bring the jury back in. Okay, and feel free to sit down.
Okay, thank you.
What was the reason your observations were stopped?
Oh, I believe the case transitioned over to where there was a case manager assigned, so my position in it, I just wasn't needed anymore.
That is something that CPS and DCF do all the time. They shuffle cases around between caseworkers, which makes it even harder to get rid of false allegations because they're shoving a case file that is full of complicated stuff over to somebody who's never seen it. And that person doesn't talk to the old caseworker, and they just read the file like it's the Bible, like literally like Moses brought it down from the mount, carved into stone. And they never ask any questions. And then lies get repeated on top of lies. So this does not surprise me that she got shuffled out of the case to somebody else.
I couldn't hear the answer. I stated that I believe the case transitioned between CPI and the Safe Children Coalition. So my position as one of the safety managers in the interim was no longer needed.
I don't have any objection to that answer.
The jury's not in the room
No
yet,
objections.
guys.
Okay.
They're proffering it.
I'm going to just remind you in front of the jury that you're still under oath, okay? Let's bring in the jury.
I'm going to remind you that you're still under oath. Was that telegraphing from the judge? Don't lie here, lady.
Okay, please be this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and that no one approached you about this case while you were away on that break.
Correct.
And you did not see any media.
All right, here we
And,
go.
ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
I understand.
The first question, in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Why don't we bring up the photo?
Why is this relevant? Did she say anything about charms on the bracelet? Or is this just the jury's way of getting that picture back up so they can take a closer look? Maybe that's what they want.
On the bracelet?
Apparently 005.
She's not wearing a bracelet.
Are you speaking to the ankle bracelet?
I guess so.
Oh,
I cannot tell.
Well, here's the next question. Did you see any evidence of any lesions or abrasions at that point of contact?
Where her bracelets are? No, I did not.
Thank you.
maybe to
Next
look
question.
closer at the feet.
What was the reason that your observations stopped?
Because my position with the Safe Children Coalition, the case had transitioned from CPI to the Safe Children Coalition. So my services as a safety manager were no longer needed. It was assigned to somebody else.
The next question. You were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit you had, that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? Or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
Can you read that again, please?
I'll
Are
tell you what they
asserting to
want to
this
know.
jury that during that first visit,
And I love the way that the jury is putting these questions. Are you asserting to this jury, this is the tone, are you asserting to this jury that Maya and her family were just obliviously happy and parading and having a rave while you and your minions, your bat-winged minions, were going around the room, searching through her belongings and confiscating items? Or was there some pushback or questions or silence from them when you were doing this incredibly invasive, awkward thing? Are you asserting to this jury that they were having a rave while you were raiding her room and confiscating her chocolate cake, ma'am? That's the question.
visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? If you could answer that.
She can't even believe it. Yeah, and disposing of the Eucharist. Oh, the Catholic on the jury. Please, God, let the Catholic on the jury say something about the desecration of the Eucharist. Like, did you know that disposing of a consecrated host is a desecration of the Eucharist? Oh my God. Look at her. She can't even believe that the jury is asking this question.
I can. They were enjoying themselves, playing, having a time. Her and Kyle were wrestling. I would call it keep away from this one toy in the game. I would not describe my teammates and I searching the room in any kind of way that it was asked there. It was a casual open the refrigerator door. As safety managers and child protection investigators, it is a standard practice to open up a refrigerator anytime you enter a home or area where this child's safety might be in.
That wasn't the question. We know you were conducting a search. The question is, you expect us to believe that this little girl was oblivious and happy, and so was her dad and Kyle, while you were confiscating her cake. You were confiscating chocolate cake and holy water. Nobody buys this, lady.
Question. It was just more of a open and shut, and the items that he brought with him, that was handled outside of the room.
Yes, it's commonplace for us to steal and eat child's cake.
Resistance from Maya or Jack?
No.
The next question. Your testimony.
That comment gets highlighted. JKD Buck 76. The refrigerator. WTF does William Perry have to do with this? I am from Chicago because I know who Refrigerator Perry is. Yes, I do. Super Bowl winning Bears team. I used to watch the refrigerator. That was a big man. He was a very big man. Refrigerator Perry. Thank you for bringing that memory back. That's a fun one.
Testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya.
Wait, let's go
Your
back.
testimony for your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
My observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Does your team, you or the hospital, possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
Oh, here it is. Oh, that's a great question, jury. So far, the defense has got to be clenching those. It's the anal clenching has started again at the defense table, because this question says, we've seen pictures and videos that corroborates the plaintiff's story. So we believe them, is what they're saying. We believe them. We've seen their evidence. Do you have any evidence that would corroborate these tall tales that you're trying to sell us right now? You know, evidence that wasn't eaten by Hurricane Fido, drowned in a filing cabinet somewhere. Do you have any evidence to show us, other than photographs you took that show us she clearly has the dystonia you're trying to say she doesn't? Do you have any evidence of her feet not being turned in? Do you have videos? Any videos? I can't wait for this.
They're asking if I took photos to corroborate my testimony?
If you or your organization have photos to corroborate your testimony.
I took photos of the letters and the checks and the food. I photographed the refrigerator.
You took photos of the food? The fuck is that going to show? You took photos of the chocolate cake you stole from a baby? If I were Anderson, one of the first questions I would ask that would totally be objected to and sustained, but I would say it anyway, is, now tell me, do you enjoy stealing cake from little girls? Now tell me, Miss Niehaus, do you enjoy stealing and desecrating the Eucharist from little girls in pain? Did you eat the cake on your way out of the hospital?
I required to take a picture of Maya to upload into the state computer FizBin. And my notes are very, very detailed. I took a report writing class in college.
She took a report writing class in college. The jury, let me get this straight. The jury just asked this woman for evidence, and she said, I took a report writing class in college. Would that be like the YouTube video that Dr. Sally Smith watched to make her diagnosis, or the articles that Kathy Beatty read about Munchausen that made her an expert? Wow, these are really their witnesses? They really decided to put this one on the stand? If I'm the defense team, there is no way I would put this person on the stand. No way. She is far more detrimental to their case. Far more detrimental to their case than she is helpful. Who thought this was a good idea? Who?
Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't advocate.
Who thought this was a good idea? How?
And I was assigned to just document everything that I saw, whether it was just some minute detail or something of importance. I just documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Save Children Coalition.
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Oh, boom. Oh, oh my God. You know what's funny about this question? If it had been asked by a lawyer, the other side would have said objection leading, because this is an A or B question. This is not even a question they need answered. This is just a question the jury wants Jack to know they're thinking. It's not really a question. It's a statement. It's a statement. You're expecting this jury to believe that this child was happy or away from her family, or was happy because she was getting a visit from that family. Like, you did this, that question would never have been allowed. Let's listen to it exactly again, because it's actually even better than what I just said.
Maya stated.
Is she happy, end quote? Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Maya stated.
Oh, that question. The defense is so fucked. They should be happy that the judge threw out a couple of the counts the other day, but all the big money counts are still in. The intentional infliction of emotional distress is under advisement, but the medical neglect or medical negligence is in, which is a big money tort. The intentional infliction of distress against Maya is still in. The other big one. What's the other big one? I wrote it down because these are the ones that all the zeros come in for. All the zeros. So it would be the outrageous and malicious conduct. That's for Maya is in. False imprisonment. That's in. These are false imprisonment. Oh, and battery. Battery is in. Holy shit. Oh, the defense is fucked. They're so fucked. They must know this at this point.
That she was happy to be away from her mother's anger. On one instance, which is documented in my notes.
What?
Happy to
Her
be away
mother's
from her mother's anger.
anger? Who here testified that Beata was angry ever?
With her family.
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger. On one instance, which is documented in my notes. And she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski.
Look at Jack. Look at Jack. Look at his face. He can't hide it. He can't hide it. He's feeling good right about now.
And Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession.
Okay, guys, my screen has frozen, so you get to see my new background in its entirety as I reboot my computer, because my system here is taped together with bubble gum and paper clips. So I'm sorry. Go to the bathroom, have a bathroom break, but check out my new screen that you get to look at instead of the blue one. Of course, it didn't. Why was that still stuck on the screen? My computer was totally off. It should have taken me out of the screen. Anyway, I'm back. Yes, it's a hardware problem that I'm still working on. I will get it figured out at some point. Let's not dwell on it, shall we, folks? It's just something I have to deal with. And hey, I've been streaming for 5 hours. My computer can only take so much, I guess. I guess that's how it works. And I just don't have a great setup. I'm sorry, but what are you going to do? I got bills to pay. I got kids to feed. Groceries are really expensive, and I can't go buy a new computer. Oh, okay. I have to find
Possibly Jack.
because
or
it didn't end, but it went back for some reason.
with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way
Okay.
while you were occupied with themselves in a.
It was a casual, open.
Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
My observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
Oh my God, this woman.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos.
All right,
of
we already
Maya
heard this.
Taken by both.
And my notes are very that
you
she
heard
was
that.
happy to be away from her mother's anger.
Here we go.
On one instance, which is documented in my notes. And she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain if you do not think you see symptoms of pain? As a person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is?
I'm
Oh.
stating that a person can say that they're in pain, and the person evaluating you would say, where? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? She would verbalize that, but she literally showed no signs of any kind of pain. She roughhoused just like my grandson, like your children. She did all of that, and I don't want to say never. I do not recall her ever once saying, ouch, don't do this. Kyle, get off of me. Hey, let's not wrestle and do this. Mr. Kowalski did not stop this roughhousing. He just let it go on. When I thought that her safety was in question when she bent way down to the floor, Mr. Kowalski didn't state, hey, don't do that. You could hurt yourself. None of that happened. They were playing like brother and sister and happy to see one another. When somebody
Is it possible that Maya was so starved for the affection of her family that she was ignoring all signs of pain because it was the first physical contact she had had with her family? Is it possible that that contact with her family gave her an endorphin rush that masked her pain for a while, for a short time, while you demonic bitches refused to believe this child and made her pain worse? Is that possible?
somebody says they're in pain, you should also ask other questions or see other signs or symptoms of them being in pain. Doctor pushes on your abdomen, you go, ow, okay, that's that. They said they were in pain, now it hurts here. So you need more information before you can state about all of this pain. She never once pushed her nurse's button and asked for any pain medication. All of the visits.
Oh my
what did
God.
she state?
Why would she call Nurse Ratchet ever? You heard her say that she avoided pushing that button because they wouldn't come when she called them. They were trying to prove that she didn't need their help. They didn't come. So she only pushed the button when she really needed to go to the bathroom, because that was the only time, because that's when they would come, but they would come too late sometimes. Oh my God.
Over 7 hours, she never once pushed a button and said, hey, I'm in pain, can I have something? Absolutely nothing.
The next question from the jury. Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
The part of her room over to the left side of the bed by the window, she had all of her shoes lined up.
The part that you couldn't see in the photo, the one part of the room that I didn't take a picture of, The one part of the room I have no evidence for.
By the chair and far under the chair. I'm not sure what photos they've seen.
Next question from the jury. Do you know what CRPS is and what the symptoms are? And have you been trained on how CRPS pain reacts to patients?
I am not a doctor. I've not been trained in CRPS. To be honest with you, I would have to sit down and Google it. It's a complex pain disorder. I know a very, very basic knowledge of it. I believe it stands for chronic repetitive pain syndrome. That's my basic knowledge. I would have to Google it.
That completes the asking of the jurors' questions. There were a couple I couldn't ask, but I asked most of them. Ms. Crowells, do you have any follow?
Just one, Judge. With respect to your role and observations that you made and that you documented in detail, you were there as an independent observer on behalf of CPI, correct?
Yes.
That's correct. But
Yes,
say-
Mustang McCracken.
With the hospital.
I'm absolutely not associated with the hospital. I was signed by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition, and I did what I was told to do by them.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor. So you said that Maya, through all this, never complained of any pain. She never complained of any pain the whole time you were there, right?
I thought we just went over all of this.
Okay.
You're
What
going to
about
go
when
over it
somebody
again.
touched her? Like touched her leg or something? Did you test-
Oh, ma'am, we're going to go over it again. We're going to go over it as many times as it takes for us to feel like we've gotten the right answer. Buckle in.
Testify that that wasn't her?
I thought we just went over all of this.
Okay. What about when somebody touched her? Like touched her leg or something? Did you
I-
testify that that wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother Maya or not.
Isn't that what you just testified about? What bothers Maya and what does not?
I would not describe it as that, no.
Well, in fact, it sounded like you were almost making an argument rather than coming in as an independent witness, didn't it? No.
Sustained.
You felt the need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question, didn't you?
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it
I want to
Can you
hear
hear
that
I'm going
again.
to overrule that one.
of whether or not it to throw in every
Sustained.
you felt the need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question, didn't you?
Yep.
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it true in one of your reports, you documented that when one of the nurses tried to touch Maya's leg, that she, to test what pain level it was, she touched it lightly and Maya squirmed and yelled, "Stop it, it hurts."
I don't recall that.
May I refer?
It's in your notes. He wouldn't have said it if it weren't in your notes. You absolute disgusting human being who could lie like this. Who could get up under they should charge her with perjury. Now this is making me mad. This is making me mad. This woman has just been caught now in the fourth or fifth lie that is not in her that was in her note and she didn't say She should go to jail for this. This is perjury. Perjury. So I was wrong about who they decided to put on the stand, the Dick defense. I said the Dick defense was intending to put someone on the stand to commit perjury, and I thought it was going to be the phone call. Turns out maybe that was somebody else on the phone, and that wasn't the perjury. Oh, but this is straight up perjury. Yeah, if you lied to the feds like that, you'd be stuck in solitary confinement for 2 years without a trial.
Yes.
This is not my note, sir.
This is not your
That's
note?
Charlotte Laporte's note.
Okay, so why would Charlotte Laporte document that in her report? And let me show you your report from the exact same day.
The same day. Were they in the room?
Object to the last question and answer, we would be stricken. He's referencing documents that are not in evidence.
The jury will disregard the question that Mr. Anderson is starting to ask.
Predicate, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yeah,
Why don't you show
yeah,
Ms.
please.
Crowell?
Sorry, I thought we gave you a copy.
Well, I don't know what, I can't see it from here, sir.
All right, we'll just approach
Yeah.
and work it out.
Why don't you all come up here?
The judge. I'm not frozen again, am I? No. Okay, it's still working. My computer is having problems with the external hardware that's attached to it.
Approach.
It could be the connector.
You
So
may
I'm going to get a new
approach.
one and see.
Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, what we just talked about.
Do you recall if you said anything in your report would refresh your recollection to see whether you said anything about someone touching Maya lightly and her
I don't
taking
recall
away?
that.
May I approach? Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Did you have a specific spot in here?
I was simply asking you, ma'am, if you had documented that a nurse practitioner had touched Maya lightly and she had reacted to that.
I don't recall, but I'll read through this real quick and look. I can paraphrase what I documented about the nurse practitioner's visit.
All I want to know is if you documented the same thing that
I don't.
Ms. Laporte documented
I
the
did not
exact same
read
day.
Ms. Laporte's report. I have no idea what she documented.
As we discussed,
I am asking her.
you're not asking what we just talked about.
Does your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether you documented in your report a situation where Maya was touched and pulled away?
In the paragraph that I documented with the nurse practitioners,
It's just really a yes or no.
I'm not going to read it. I described how happy they were with how Maya was doing. They stated she was a completely different person. They talked about hunting for shark teeth on the beach. Mr. Kowalski even asked them to tell one of the doctors hello. I did not document anything about anybody touching Maya's leg in this report.
Or reacting by pulling away and saying it hurts.
I don't recall documenting that or seeing that.
Now,
This is the only
did
instance
you,
with the nurses.
you were asked about photographs. You took one photograph of Maya and you testified you did not photograph her legs, right?
I took a photo of Maya, of her face, to upload in the state computer system. Then I took a couple of photos to be nice to Mr. Kowalski so he could take those photos home with him. I didn't specifically zoom in on Maya's leg. I took a picture of this man's little girl for him. That's what I documented and took a photo of.
Oh, look at how good
Ma'am,
I
all
am.
I'm asking you is,
I'm
do
such a
you
good
have
Samaritan.
any photograph?
I'm such a good Samaritan that after I disbelieved this man's little child about the pain she was in and lied under oath about it, I took a picture for him to take home because I'm such a nice person. I'm definitely going to heaven for that. Yeah, lady. Keep telling yourself that.
As asked by the jury, to document what you're saying, or film or video, anything visual to document the things that you're saying here.
I need you to be specific on what things I'm saying, but you want to know if I took a photo.
Maya being able to pull herself around the room, Maya's feet being straightened, Maya's ability to, I don't know, move her arms, all of the things you talked about that indicated to you that she was just fine. Where's the video? Where's the photograph?
I did not photograph her wrestling with her family and them having the visit with Mr. Kowalski. It was a family event. I was clearly there to document, which I did in very, very much detail, right down to what she.
So there's no actual evidence other than your own subjective writings. And you were probably trained to do this. You were probably trained not to get actual evidence, so that the only evidence the court could rely on is your subjective lies. That's what CPS does. This is who they are. This is who they are. They do not want real evidence, and they do not submit real evidence, and they falsify reports. They did it to Cynthia Absug. They falsified the report on her. They said she told people that her son was had a terminal brain tumor. That is not what she told people. She told people that he had a cyst on his brain, which he did. She did not tell them that it was terminal. But when they write it down, that's what goes into the file, and you can't prove that you didn't say it. Can't prove it. And they do this on purpose.
8. My notes speak for themselves. They're 100% accurate of my observations in over 7 hours with that little girl.
Only 100% accurate? Not 110%, ma'am? Are you sure that it's not 108% accurate? Maybe 109, 111? We're going with 100 this time.
Move to strike is non-responsive to the basic question, Your Honor. My question was simple. It was a yes or no. Do you have photographs and video, or do you not?
I do not have photos of the events that I described. That would be inappropriate.
Oh, that's the inappropriate thing? Gathering evidence is the inappropriate thing, like actual evidence. The inappropriate thing is not coming to court and lying to the jury at least 4 times now that you've been caught. That's not the inappropriate thing. Ma'am, I think your priorities are a little out of line about what's appropriate.
Inappropriate.
For a family visit when they're playing together as a family?
Do you recall whether the nurse advised you that you could go to Sally Smith to get recordings from the room?
I already testified to this.
No, you really didn't. But can you?
Yeah, what's the basis for the objection?
Outside the scope, and
It's not outside the scope.
I'm not sure where he's going, to be honest with you.
The jury wants to know where the evidence is.
Refresh your recollection for me to show you your report of October 24th, 2016 about that issue.
Sure.
Yeah, it's inappropriate to take photographs of this supposed evidence against the child, but it's not inappropriate to steal her cake in front of her and confiscate her items and her. Give me a break.
You're welcome to.
Same one.
What page is that?
It's page 2. And it's right here.
Page 3.
In the middle of the second article.
I see it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
This is what I've already stated. I've recalled it and stated it.
So you do recall now that Nurse Lindsay advised
Shame.
you that you could get
Shame.
any film or video you needed from Sally
Shame.
Smith?
I stated this already. Shame.
Thank you.
Shame.
But you have
Shame.
none here today. How long have you prepped to testify?
When was our deposition?
No. How long did you prep for this testimony?
Outside the scope.
She can answer.
I didn't keep track of the time, sir. I'm a very, very busy person and work extremely hard. This is probably the last thing on my plate.
Well, how many hours have you spent any time with the defense lawyers?
Anytime. We communicated via email on what they needed, had my deposition. I still had my deposition from before.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you in the last few days, have you been in
Yes.
contact with the defense counsel?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
That many?
I didn't say that many. I just specifically can't state how many times.
Okay, so it was more than one or two. Can the jury say that?
Yes, more than one or two.
3 or 4?
I don't recall.
Oh
How
my
many-
God.
Well, this was yesterday
She's getting spicy.
or the day before. You can't recall how many times you talked to the defense counsel about your testimony.
I
Is that
cannot
right?
testify under oath exactly how many times that I've spoken to them. More than 2 times.
Okay. More than 2 times in the last 2 days.
Look at her face.
Is that a question?
Yes. Is it true? More than 2 times the last 2 days.
Yes.
Okay. And you were, I guess, critical of what? Maya for not asking for pain meds? That was part of your testimony?
I didn't say I was critical.
Well,
I did not state it was critical.
weren't you trying to point out to the jury it was part of your conclusion about why you believe she wasn't in pain? Was it she didn't ask for pain meds?
No, I said the whole picture over 7 hours of observing this little girl and her little brother.
Again, ma'am, all I'm asking you is yes or no. Did you say that?
I object.
He can,
Folks, you're gonna have to let her answer the question. If you need to move to strike, you can move to strike.
The judge is getting sick of this. I want to point out that on Rumble, who was it that just said that? I think it was Crazy Warlock who said they are not used to being in a real courtroom. That is absolutely true. This person has probably only ever testified in a family courtroom. And it's so different. There's none of this. You don't, it's so different. They never get cross-examined like this. The judge, because they're not in front of, it's hardly ever like an evidentiary hearing where you're putting on witnesses. They're just writing reports and submitting them to a judge, and then the judge takes their report as gold, and they are not questioned on it. They're not, the judge just looks at it and he rules. He might hear from the parents, but you don't get to cross them. They never get crossed like this. So this is something that none of these people have ever experienced.
Let's give everybody the courtesy of asking a complete question and hearing the complete answer.
may the witness be instructed to answer yes or no to a yes or no question, and then say whatever she wants after that.
I will ask you to actually answer the question that's asked.
Did you or did you not just tell the jury one of the things that concerned you about whether she was in pain was she did not hit the button to have pain meds sent in?
I cannot answer that as a yes or no because it's not just a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Is it that you can't remember saying it here
No,
in front
I'm
of the
saying it
jury?
requires more description than just yes or no.
Well, the only question is whether in front of this jury, maybe it was for lunch, an hour ago, you said that to support your idea that Maya was not in pain.
I was
Did you
not
or did you not
supporting
in
an
here?
idea, sir. I was describing what I saw.
I understand, ma'am. All I'm asking you as a predicate question is whether you remember stating that before the jury here today.
Stating what?
That one of the reasons you thought that Maya may not be in pain was she didn't punch the button for the nurse to get pain meds.
The way you worded that? No, I did not say that. That's not how I said that.
Okay.
Court reporter,
Well,
can we read back her
Are you
answer?
aware then that Maya Kowalski was getting regular doses of tramadol?
So do I, Nancy.
I can tell you that
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of one time.
I'm really surprised the Catholic on the jury didn't ask that question. What happened to the body of Christ? Where did it eventually end up? Did somebody throw it in the garbage? Did you desecrate our Lord? Did you do that? I mean, that would be a great question from the jury. I still want to know this too. I still want to know. And are you aware? Were you aware that the consecrated host is a sacred object to Catholics that only can be handled in a certain way? I want to know the answer to that question. And I'm sorry the Catholic didn't pipe in.
Okay, so you think it was only on this one time? Is that your conclusion?
I'm not here to think. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay, and what is tramadol?
It's a pain med, like we said an hour ago.
It's an opiate pain med, is it not?
I don't know the definition of it. I couldn't tell you the contents of it. I know it's a pain medicine.
But in any event, Maya
ready
was
to
receiving
run.
opiate pain meds during this period of time, at least once, right?
Maya received tramadol one time under my observation.
Do you know how much she took and when she took it in relationship to any of the scenes you report?
No, I can testify that the nurse came in the one time for tramadol.
And you were also concerned with Maya sitting.
Flux, that makes me so sad. And I'm sure that that's what happened, but that really bothers me. It really bothers me. It really does. This is like, you know how Muslims get really upset when you desecrate the Quran? You know, like it can start wars and stuff when somebody, sets a Quran on fire. This is the same sort of thing. It's really important to a certain group of people. And the government should not be involved in provoking a response like the Catholics and I are having right now. The government should never have a part in making us feel like they violated our religion because they cared so little about it. They're supposed to care about our First Amendment rights to our faith. They are supposed to care. They spend millions of dollars on this diversity, equity, and inclusion training that includes cultural, contextual training. And yet they don't know the very basics of the Catholic faith. It's disgusting. And it hurts my heart.
Crisscross applesauce, right?
What they're saying there?
No, with you seeing that.
I observed and reported that she was sitting in an Indian-style position, crossing her legs on many, many occasions.
And this proved to you what?
When Maya sat Indian-style, she did not verbalize any signs of pain over and over the many times that she sat that way.
Are you aware that sitting in that style relieves back pressure pain from her? And it's the most comfortable way for her to sit? Are you aware that many people who suffer from CRPS sit in that exact position because it relieves the pressure on the spine?
Do you have any training in physical therapy?
I would not call it training, sir.
Some?
I have been to many physical therapy appointments with patients and myself.
So you must be aware then, as two physical therapists have testified before this jury, that when a child has low back leg pain, that is the most comfortable position for them to avoid pain. Surely you know that.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know that a child with low back, leg pain, and leg pain often sits crisscross because that is the best way to prevent pain?
I've never heard that. Nobody informed me of that.
And finally, I think you testified that you, on her ankle bracelet, didn't see any lesions. Did you check the rest of her body to see if she had any lesions?
Sir, it's not in my job description to investigate Maya's entire body. No, I did not.
So you don't know whether she had lesions or not?
I do not.
And so should the jury take then that you put everything as 100% accurate, right down to the tears in Maya's eyes?
I'm saying the jury should take into account that I spent over 7 hours with this little girl, and I documented what I saw in that time period.
And when you documented it, you got a lot of things wrong, didn't you?
When I documented it, my notes are wrong.
Oh,
I
you
believe my notes
understand
are
the
correct in
question.
what I observed.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
Just one question.
With respect to your testimony here today and any conversations you had with the defense side, were you with the defense attorney, were you asking you to come in and tell the truth and testify what you observed?
Correct.
And is that what you did?
That wasn't a question.
And is that what you did today? To the best of your ability?
Absolutely, 110%.
Right, thank you, ma'am.
Any follow-up on that one question?
No, Your Honor, that's not.
Members of the jury, I see we've got more questions.
Nancy, Rob claims that this trial is a miracle. Perhaps Jesus is taking a hand because these evildoers tossed his body. Well, anything's possible, and it is a miracle that this case came to court. These medical neglect cases hardly ever make it to court, and certainly it was it was not certain at all whether this would ever make it to court. They fought hard to keep it out, so it is miraculous. It is miraculous. They should have thought twice before they did that. All right, you guys, I am calling it a day, or at least an afternoon. I'm not going to get to the next witness until later on. I may come back tonight. I don't know. Watch my locals, meganfox.locals.com, and you'll know when I'm coming back. I will come back to cover the second half of today, but I can't do it now. I need to go and cook dinner, facilitate homework time, and all of the stuff that I do as a mom. So, oh wait, I missed a super chat. Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat. Says, I documented what I judged to be significant based on my pre-existing biases and horrible personality. Yep, that's exactly right. Let me check Venmo real quick before I go so I don't miss something. Oh, Flux. See, I almost missed it. Flux sent me a Cash App. Let's see what Flux said. For I have a fever and the only cure is more shame, Bell. I can do that. We can do that. Let's see. What else do we have?
Shame.
We have
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I love it. All right, I think I caught up with all the super chats, the Venmos, the Cash Apps. So I am gonna end this stream, and I'll come back when I have time. Jojo sent a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Jojo. I appreciate that. And I'll try to come back later tonight to finish up the rest of testimony today. And you follow me on meganfox.locals.com so you know when the notifications are going up, so you know when I'm going live, because YouTube has a real bad habit of keeping my notifications from you. They're like CPS when it comes to exculpatory evidence. They just hide it. And YouTube does that too, because YouTube is asshole. Okay, I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, in my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. In my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've
problem
seen
is he
Tamara
should
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water.
Mr. Jepson's
Across
first
the
bedroom
crucifix.
before? No.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You
Sure,
realized
Miss
his house
Hubbard,
was infested with
except for
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a picture here with you of what it, yes. Do you
Suck
recall
you
whether it was there
loaders.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my God.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
for
he wanted to
known
drown
as
her.
Glacis, and that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vaz-